Music expresses that which cannot be said and on which it is impossible to be silent. Life is the flower for which love is the honey. All the forces in the world are not so powerful as an idea whose time has come. The convent, which belongs to the West as it does to the East, to antiquity as it does to the present time, to Buddhism and Mohammedanism as it does to Christianity, is one of the optical devices whereby man gains a glimpse of infinity. I met in the street a very poor young man who was in love. His hat was old, his coat worn, his cloak was out at the elbows, the water passed through his shoes, and the stars through his soul. To give thanks in solitude is enough. Thanksgiving has wings and goes where it must go. Your prayer knows much more about it than you do. A mother's arms are made of tenderness and children sleep soundly in them. Society is a republic. When an individual tries to lift themselves above others, they are dragged down by the mass, either by ridicule or slander. Son, brother, father, lover, friend. There is room in the heart for all the affections, as there is room in heaven for all the stars. Dear God, how beauty varies in nature and art. In a woman the flesh must be like marble, in a statue the marble must be like flesh. The ode lives upon the ideal, the epic upon the grandiose, the drama upon the real. Blessed be Providence which has given to each his toy, the doll to the child to the woman to the man to the devil. It is from books that wise people derive consolation in the troubles of life. The three great problems of this century, the degradation of man in the proletariat, the subjection of women through hunger, the atrophy of the child by darkness. When dictatorship is a fact, revolution becomes a right. When a woman is talking to you, listen to what she says with her eyes. A great artist is a great man in a great child. The animal is ignorant of the fact that he knows. The man is aware of the fact that he is ignorant. There are fathers who do not love their children. There is no grandfather who does not adore his grandson. Have courage for the great sorrows of life and patience for the small ones, and when you have laboriously accomplished your daily task, go to sleep in peace. There is nothing like a dream to create the future. Concision in style, precision in thought, decision in life. He, who every morning plans the transactions of the day, and follows that plan, carries a thread that will guide him through a labyrinth of the most busy life. Mankind is not a circle with a single center but an ellipse with two focal points of which facts are one and ideas the other. Laughter is the sun that drives winter from the human face. Try as you will, you cannot annihilate that eternal relic of the human heart, love. Each man should frame life so that at some future hour fact and his dreaming meet. Hope is the word which God has written on the brow of every man. When God desires to destroy a thing, He entrusts its destruction to the thing itself. Every bad institution of this world ends by suicide. The soul has illusions as the bird has wings, it is supported by them. Intelligence is the wife, imagination is the mistress, memory is the servant. Joy's smile is much closer to tears than laughter. We see past time in a telescope and present time in a microscope. Hence the apparent enormities of the present. One is not idle because one is absorbed. There is both visible and invisible labor. To contemplate is to toil, to think is to do. The crossed arms work, the clasped hands act. The eyes upturned to heaven are an act of creation. Initiative is doing the right thing without being told. An intelligent hell would be better than a stupid paradise. Curiosity is one of the forms of feminine bravery. Nations, like stars, are entitled to eclipse. All is well, provided the light returns and the eclipse does not become endless night. Dawn and resurrection are synonymous. The reappearance of the light is the same as the survival of the soul. Change your opinions, keep to your principles. Change your leaves, keep intact your roots. The greatest happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved, loved for ourselves, or rather, loved in spite of ourselves. Sorrow is a fruit. God does not make it grow on limbs too weak to bear it. When grace is joined with wrinkles, it is adorable. There is an unspeakable dawn in happy old age. An invasion of armies can be resisted, but not an idea whose time has come. What would be ugly in a garden constitutes beauty in a mountain. Love that is not jealous is neither true nor pure. There is a sacred horror about everything grand. It is easy to admire mediocrity in hills, but whatever is too lofty, a genius as well as a mountain, an assembly as well as a masterpiece, seen too near, is appalling. 40 is the old age of youth, 50 the youth of old age. Nature has made a pebble and a female. The lapidary makes the diamond, and the lover makes the woman. A compliment is something like a kiss through a veil. How did it happen that their lips came together? How does it happen that birds sing, that snow melts, that the rose unfolds, that the dawn whitens behind the stark shapes of trees on the quivering summit of the hill? A kiss, and all was said. Short as life is, we make it still shorter by the careless waste of time. The first symptom of love in a young man is timidity, in a girl boldness. What is history? An echo of the past in the future, a reflex from the future on the past. Love is a portion of the soul itself, and it is of the same nature as the celestial breathing of the atmosphere of paradise. Reaction, a boat which is going against the current but which does not prevent the river from flowing on. To be perfectly happy, it does not suffice to possess happiness, it is necessary to have deserved it. Common sense is in spite of, not as the result of education. As the purse is emptied, the heart is filled. Everything being a constant carnival, there is no carnival left. Evil. Mistrust those who rejoice at it even more than those who do it. To love another person is to see the face of God. Hell is an outrage on humanity. When you tell me that your deity made you in his image, I reply that he must have been very ugly. There is one spectacle grander than the sea, that is the sky. There is one spectacle grander than the sky, that is the interior of the soul. Certain thoughts are prayers. There are moments when, whatever be the attitude of the body, the soul is on its knees. Be as a bird perched on a frail branch that she feels bending beneath her, still she sings away all the same, knowing she has wings. The mountains, the forest, and the sea render men savage, they develop the fierce, but yet do not destroy the human. Be like the bird who, pausing in her flight a while on boughs too slight, feels them give way beneath her, and yet sings, knowing she hath wings. Life's greatest happiness is to be convinced we are loved. Greater than the tread of mighty armies is an idea whose time has come. Jesus wept, Voltaire smiled. From that divine tear and from that human smile is derived the grace of present civilization. Whenever a man's friends begin to compliment him about looking young, he may be sure that they think he is growing old. I love all men who think, even those who think otherwise than myself. To think of shadows is a serious thing. The learned man knows that he is ignorant. No one knows like a woman how to say things which are at once gentle and deep. Our acts make or mar us, we are the children of our own deeds. What a grand thing, to be loved! What a grander thing still, to love! It is nothing to die. It is frightful not to live. Because one doesn't like the way things are is no reason to be unjust towards God. It is often necessary to know how to obey a woman in order sometimes to have the right to command her. Freedom in art, freedom in society, this is the double goal towards which all consistent and logical minds must strive. Sublime upon sublime scarcely presents a contrast, and we need a little rest from everything, even the beautiful. One of the hardest tasks is to extract continually from one's soul an almost inexhaustible ill will. Pain is as diverse as man. One suffers as one can. Religions do a useful thing, they narrow God to the limits of man. Philosophy replies by doing a necessary thing, it elevates man to the plane of God. The wise man does not grow old, but ripens. To learn to read is to light a fire, every syllable that is spelled out is a spark. Nothing else in the world, not all the armies, is so powerful as an idea whose time has come. Amnesty is as good for those who give it as for those who receive it. It has the admirable quality of bestowing mercy on both sides. People do not lack strength, they lack will. It is the end. But of what? The end of France? No. The end of kings? Yes. Civil war. What does that mean? Is there any foreign war? Isn't every war fought between men, between brothers? Strong and bitter words indicate a weak cause. Our life dreams the utopia. Our death achieves the ideal. To rise from error to truth is rare and beautiful. Almost all our desires, when examined, contain something too shameful to reveal. Do not let it be your aim to be something, but to be someone. A man is not idle because he is absorbed in thought. There is a visible labor and there is an invisible labor. Architecture has recorded the great ideas of the human race. Not only every religious symbol, but every human thought has its page in that vast book. There is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. Without vanity, without coquetry, without curiosity, in a word, without the fall, woman would not be woman. Much of her grace is in her frailty. No one can keep a secret better than a child. Strange to say, the luminous world is the invisible world, the luminous world is that which we do not see. Our eyes of flesh see only night. The last resort of kings, the cannonball. The last resort of the people, the paving stone. I am an intelligent river which has reflected successively all the banks before which it has flowed by meditating only on the images offered by those changing shores. What Shakespeare was able to do in English he would certainly not have done in French. Death has its revelations. The great sorrows which open the heart open the mind as well. Light comes to us with our grief. As for me, I have faith. I believe in a future life. How could I do otherwise? My daughter was a soul. I saw this soul. I touched it, so to speak. He who opens a school door, closes a prison. The human soul has still greater need of the ideal than of the real. It is by the real that we exist. It is by the ideal that we live. It is by suffering that human beings become angels. As a means of contrast with the sublime, the grotesque is, in our view, the richest source that nature can offer. Doing nothing is happiness for children and misery for old men. Love is jealous, and ingenious in self-torture in proportion as it is pure and intense. Many great actions are committed in small struggles. The wicked envy and hate, it is their way of admiring. The man who does not know other languages, unless he is a man of genius, necessarily has deficiencies in his ideas. Great perils have this beauty, that they bring to light the fraternity of strangers. A creditor is worse than a slave owner, for the master owns only your person, but a creditor owns your dignity, and can command it. He who is not capable of enduring poverty is not capable of being free. When a man is out of sight, it is not too long before he is out of mind. By putting forward the hands of the clock you shall not advance the hour. The ideal and the beautiful are identical, the ideal corresponds to the idea, and beauty to form, hence idea and substance are cognate. The word is the verb, and the verb is God. One sometimes says, he killed himself because he was bored with life. One ought rather to say, he killed himself because he was bored by lack of life. I am a soul. I know well that what I shall render up to the grave is not myself. That which is myself will go elsewhere. Earth, thou art not my abyss. One sees qualities at a distance and defects at close range. A war between Europeans is a civil war. Thought is the labor of the intellect, reverie is its pleasure. Thought is more than a right, it is the very breath of man. Whoever fetters thought attacks man himself. To speak, to write, to publish, are things, so far as the right is concerned, absolutely identical. They are the ever-enlarging circles of intelligence in action, they are the sonorous waves of thought. The most powerful symptom of love is a tenderness which becomes at times almost insupportable. One can resist the invasion of an army, but one cannot resist the invasion of ideas. The beautiful has but one type, the ugly has 1,000. When a man understands the art of seeing, he can trace the spirit of an age and the features of a king even in the knocker on a door. The supreme happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved, loved for ourselves, or rather in spite of ourselves. Well, for us, in history where goodness is a rare pearl, he who was good almost takes precedence over he who was great. A faith is a necessity to a man. Woe to him who believes in nothing. There are thoughts which are prayers. There are moments when, whatever the posture of the body, the soul is on its knees. I don't mind what Congress does, as long as they don't do it in the streets and frighten the horses. Men like me are impossible until the day when they become necessary. Peace is the virtue of civilization. War is its crime. It is most pleasant to commit a just action which is disagreeable to someone whom one does not like. But when ill indeed, even dismissing the doctor don't always succeed. No one ever keeps a secret so well as a child. Style is the substance of the subject called unceasingly to the surface. There have been in this century only one great man and one great thing, Napoleon and liberty. For want of the great man, let us have the great thing. The omnipotence of evil has never resulted in anything but fruitless efforts. Our thoughts always escape from whoever tries to smother them. Smallness in a great man seems smaller by its disproportion with all the rest. The little people must be sacred to the big ones, and it is from the rights of the weak that the duty of the strong is comprised. Rhyme, that enslaved queen, that supreme charm of our poetry, that creator of our meter. Genius is a promontory jutting out into the infinite. The flesh is the surface of the unknown. To think is of itself to be useful, it is always and in all cases a striving toward God. We say that slavery has vanished from European civilization, but this is not true. Slavery still exists, but now it applies only to women and its name is prostitution. The brutalities of progress are called revolutions. When they are over we realize this, that the human race has been roughly handled, but that it has advanced. There is no such thing as a little country. The greatness of a people is no more determined by their numbers than the greatness of a man is by his height. The drama is complete poetry. The ode and the epic contain it only in germ, it contains both of them in a state of high development, and epitomizes both. Never laugh at those who suffer, suffer sometimes those who laugh. Indigestion is charged by God with enforcing morality on the stomach. I put a Phrygian cap on the old dictionary. One believes others will do what he will do to himself. A noble soul and real poetic talent are almost always inseparable. A poet who is a bad man is a degraded being, baser and more culpable than a bad man who is not a poet. Close by the rights of man, at the least set beside them, are the rights of the spirit. I would have liked to be, indeed, I should have been, a second Rembrandt. There are no rules, no models, rather, there are no rules other than the general laws of nature. A society that admits misery, a humanity that admits war, seem to me an inferior society and a debased humanity. It is a higher society and a more elevated humanity at which I am aiming, a society without kings, a humanity without barriers. Every diminution of the liberty of the press is followed by a diminution of civilization. Wherever we see the freedom of the press interfered with, there we see the nutrition of the human family interrupted. In the French language, there is a great gulf between prose and poetry. In English, there is hardly any difference. It is a splendid privilege of the great literary languages Greek, Latin, and French that they possess a prose. English has not this privilege. There is no prose in English. Love, in the eyes of the world, is either a carnal appetite or a vague fancy, which possession extinguishes or absence destroys. That is why it is commonly said, with a strange abuse of words, that passion does not endure. My childhood began, as everybody's childhood begins, with prejudices. Man finds prejudices beside his cradle, puts them from him a little in the course of his career, and often, alas, takes to them again in his old age. Verse in itself does not constitute poetry. Verse is only an elegant vestment for a beautiful form. Poetry can express itself in prose, but it does so more perfectly under the grace and majesty of verse. It is poetry of soul that inspires noble sentiments and noble actions as well as noble writings. The power of a glance has been so much abused in love stories that it has come to be disbelieved. Few people dare say nowadays that two beings have fallen in love because they have looked at each other. Yet that is the way love begins, and only that way. Where the telescope ends, the microscope begins. Which of the two has the grander view? There are people who observe the rules of honor as we observe the stars, from a distance. My friends, remember this, that there are no weeds, and no worthless men, there are only bad farmers. Music expresses that which cannot be said and on which it is impossible to be silent. Music expresses that which cannot be put into words and cannot remain silent. Have no fear of robbers or murderers. They are external dangers, petty dangers. We should fear ourselves. Prejudices are the real robbers, vices the real murders. The great dangers are within us. Why worry about what threatens our heads or purses? Let us think instead of what threatens our souls. There are obstinate and unknown braves who defend themselves inch by inch in the shadows against the fatal invasion of want and turpitude. There are noble and mysterious triumphs which no eye sees. No renown rewards, and no flourish of trumpet salutes. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, and poverty and battlefields which have their heroes. Life, misfortunes, isolation, abandonment, poverty, are battlefields which have their heroes, obscure heroes, sometimes greater than the illustrious heroes. The peculiarity of prudery is to multiply sentinels, in proportion as the fortress is less threatened. There is in every village a torch, the teacher, and an extinguisher, the clergyman. The owl goes not into the nest of the lark. To reform a man, you must begin with his grandmother. There is nothing as exciting as an idea whose time has come. What is history? An echo of the past in the future, a reflex from the future on the past. Be like the bird that, pausing in her flight a while on boughs too slight, feels them give way beneath her, and yet sings, knowing that she hath wings. Be like the bird that, passing on her flight a while on boughs too slight, feels them give way beneath her, and yet sings, knowing that she hath wings. An invasion of armies can be resisted, but not the invasion of ideas. Anger may be foolish and absurd, and one may be irritated when in the wrong, but a man never feels outraged unless in some respect he is at bottom right. Progress is the lifestyle of man. The general life of the human race is called progress, and so is its collective march. Progress advances, it makes the great human and earthly journey towards what is heavenly and divine. It has its pauses, when it rallies the stragglers. Its stopping places when it meditates, contemplating some new and splendid promised land that has suddenly appeared on its horizon. It has its nights of slumber, and it is one of the poignant anxieties of the thinker to see the human spirit lost in shadow, and to grope in the darkness without being able to awake sleeping progress. A man is not idle because he is absorbed in thought. There is visible labor and there is invisible labor. Ask not the name of him who asks you for a bed. It is especially he whose name is a burden to him, who has need of an asylum, room. A compliment is like a kiss through a veil. In vain we chisel, as best we can, the mysterious block of which our life is made, the black vein of destiny reappears continually. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but the one who causes the darkness. The greatest happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved for ourselves, or rather, loved in spite of ourselves. The first symptom of love in a young man is shyness, the first symptom in a woman, its boldness. He had not yet lived long enough to have discovered that nothing is more close at hand than the impossible, and that what must be looked for is always the unforeseen. To a gargoyle on the ramparts of Notre Dame as Esmeralda rides off with Gringoire, Quasimodo says, "Why was I not made of stone like thee?" The poor man shuddered, overflowed with an angelic joy. He declared in his transport that this would last through life. He said to himself that he really had not suffered enough to deserve such radiant happiness, and he thanked God, in the depths of his soul, for having permitted that he, a miserable man, should be so loved by this innocent being. The mind's eye can nowhere find anything more dazzling or more dark than in man. It can fix itself upon nothing which is more awful, more complex, more mysterious, or more infinite. There is one spectacle grander than the sea, that is the sky. There is one spectacle grander than the sky, that is the interior of the soul. The beginning as well as the end of all his thoughts was hatred of human law, that hatred which, if it be not checked in its growth by some providential event, becomes, in a certain time, hatred of society, then hatred of the human race, and then hatred of creation, and reveals itself by a vague and incessant desire to injure some living being, it matters not who. History has its truth, and so has legend. Legendary truth is of another nature than historical truth. Legendary truth is invention whose result is reality. Furthermore, history and legend have the same goal, to depict eternal man beneath momentary man. Does there exist an infinity outside ourselves? Is that infinity one, immanent and permanent, necessarily having substance, since he is infinite, and if he lacked matter he would be limited, necessarily possessing intelligence since he is infinite and, lacking intelligence, he would be in that sense finite? Does this infinity inspire in us the idea of essence, while to ourselves we can only attribute the idea of existence? In other words, is he not the whole of which we are but the part? A doctor's door should never be closed, a priest's door should always be open. A cannonball travels only 2,000 miles an hour, light travels 200,000 miles a second. Such is the superiority of Jesus Christ over Napoleon. The fact is that the beautiful, humanly speaking, is merely form considered in its simplest aspect, in its most perfect symmetry, in its most entire harmony with our makeup. Thus the ensemble that it offers us is always complete, but restricted like ourselves. What we call the ugly, on the contrary, is a detail of a great whole which eludes us, and which is in harmony, not with man but with all creation. That is why it constantly presents itself to us in new but incomplete aspects. There are, as we know, powerful and illustrious atheists. At bottom, led back to the truth by their very force, they are not absolutely sure that they are atheists. It is with them only a question of definition, and in any case, if they do not believe in God, being great minds, they prove God. In 1815, M. Charles-François Bienvenu Myriel was Bishop of D. He was an old man of about 75 years of age. He had occupied the See of D. since 1806. There are moments when a rope's end, a pole, the branch of the tree, is life itself, and it is a frightful thing to see a living being lose his hold upon it, and fall like a ripe fruit. Love each other dearly always. There is scarcely anything else in the world but that, to love one another. To love or have loved is all sufficing. We must not ask for more. No other pearl is to be found in the shadow folds of life. To love is an accomplishment. There is a point when the unfortunate and the infamous are associated and confused in a word, a mortal word, les miserables. And so, being in heaven, it was easy for him to lose sight of earth. If the soul is left in darkness, sins will be committed. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but the one who causes the darkness. Monseigneur Bienvenu in _Les Miserables . Everybody has noticed the way cats stop and loiter in a half-open door. Hasn't everyone said to a cat, "For heaven's sake, why don't you come in?" With opportunity half open in front of them, there are men who have a similar tendency to remain undecided between two solutions, at the risk of being crushed by fate abruptly closing the opportunity. The overprudent, cats as they are, and because they are cats, sometimes run more danger than the bold. At least you are mine. Soon, in a few months, perhaps, my angel will sleep in my arms, will awaken in my arms, will live there. All your thought at all moments, all your looks will be for me, all my thought, all my moments, all my looks will be for you. And do you know, Monsieur Marius, I believe I was a little in love with you. This first glance of a soul which does not yet know itself is like dawn in the heavens. It is the awakening of something radiant and unknown. Can human nature ever be wholly and radically transformed? Can the man whom God made good be made wicked by man? Can the soul be reshaped in its entirety by destiny and made evil because destiny is evil? Can the heart become misshapen and afflicted with ugly, incurable deformities under disproportionate misfortune, like a spinal column bent beneath a too low roof? A little girl without a doll is almost as unhappy, and quite as impossible, as a woman without children. From Chapter 8 of Les Miserables. Diamonds are to be found only in the darkness of the earth, and truth in the darkness of the mind. Diamonds are found only in the dark places of the earth, truths are found only in the depths of thought. Ah! There you are! He exclaimed, looking at Jean Valjean. I'm so glad to see you. Well, but how is this? I gave you the candlesticks too, which are of silver like the rest, and for which you can certainly get 200 francs. Why did you not carry them away with your forks and spoons? The most beautiful of altars, he said, is the soul of an unhappy creature consoled and thanking God. Animals are nothing but the portrayal of our virtues and vices made manifest to our eyes, the visible reflections of our souls. Not seeing people allows you to think of them as perfect in all kinds of ways. The wise man is he who knows when and how to stop. If you are stone, be magnetic, if a plant, be sensitive, but if you are human, be love. When the heart is dry, the eye is dry. A phenomenon often seen. A skeptic adhering to a believer, that is as simple as the law of the complementary colors. What we lack attracts us. Nobody loves the light like the blind man. Now life has killed the dream I dreamed. What love commences can be finished by God alone. Of all the things that God has made, the human heart is the one which sheds the most light, alas, and the most darkness. A strange thing has happened, do you know? I am in darkness. There is a person who, departing, took away the sun. Joy is the reflex of terror. I repeat, whether we be Italians or Frenchmen, misery concerns us all. If you would civilize a man, begin with his grandmother. If she gives me all her time, it is because I have all her heart. She was a lovely blonde, with fine teeth. She had gold and pearls for her dowry, but her gold was on her head, and her pearls were in her mouth. France is great because she is France. First problem. To produce wealth. Second problem. To distribute it. God will bless you, said he, you are an angel since you take care of the flowers. No, she replied. I am the devil, but that's all the same to me. We say and exclaim within ourselves without breaking silence, in a tumult where everything speaks except our mouths. The realities of the soul are none the less real for being invisible and impalpable. Is there not in every human soul a primitive spark, a divine element, incorruptible in this world and immortal in the next, which can be developed by goodness, kindled, lit up, and made to radiate, and which evil can never entirely extinguish? It is ourselves we have to fear. Prejudice is the real robber, and vice the real murderer. The cruel of heart have their own black happiness. She was sad with an obscure sadness of which she had not the secret herself. There was in her whole person the stupor of a life ended but never commenced. I think, therefore I doubt. To study in Paris is to be born in Paris. Often when we think we are knotting one thread, we are tying quite another. He reached for his pocket, and found there, only reality. What is fright by night is curiosity by day. Love is a fault, so be it. To be a saint is the exception, to be a just person is the rule. Err, stumble, commit sin, but be one of the just. Loving is almost a substitute for thinking. Love is a burning forgetfulness of all other things. How shall we ask passion to be logical? He loved books. Books are cold but safe friends. Are you afraid of the good you might do? So long as ignorance and poverty exist on earth, books of the nature of Les Miserables cannot fail to be of use. To lie a little is not possible. He who lies, lies the whole lie. Every blade has two edges. He who wounds with one wounds himself with the other. His whole life was now summed up in two words: absolute uncertainty within an impenetrable fog. Happiness lies for those who cry, those who hurt, those who have searched, and those who have tried, for only they can appreciate the importance of people who have touched their lives. A one-eyed man is much more incomplete than a blind man, for he knows what it is that's lacking. He who contemplates the depths of Paris is seized with vertigo. Nothing is more fantastic. Nothing is more tragic. Nothing is more sublime. I see black light, his last words. The peculiarity of sunrise is to make us laugh at all our terrors of the night, and our laugh is always proportioned to the fear we have had. When two mouths, made sacred by love, draw near to each other to create, it is impossible that above that ineffable kiss there should not be a thrill in the immense mystery of the stars. God knows better than we do what we need. The hatred of luxury is not an intelligent hatred. It implies a hatred of arts. The greatest products of architecture are less the works of individuals than of society, rather the offspring of a nation's effort, than the inspired flash of a man of genius. These two beings, who had loved each other so exclusively, and with so touching a love, and who had lived so long for each other, were now suffering beside one another and through one another, without speaking of it, without harsh feeling, and smiling all the while. A breath of Paris preserves the soul. Success is a very hideous thing. Its false resemblance to merit deceives men. Now, one cannot read nonsense with impunity. Promise to give me a kiss on my brow when I am dead, I shall feel it. As for methods of prayer, all are good, as long as they are sincere. Anger may be foolish and absurd, and one may be wrongly irritated, but a man never feels outraged unless in some respect he is fundamentally right. To commit the least possible sin is the law for man. To live without sin is the dream of an angel. Everything terrestrial is subject to sin. Sin is a gravitation. Do you know what friendship is? He asked. Yes, replied the gypsy. It is to be brother and sister, two souls which touch without mingling, two fingers on one hand. And love? Pursued Gringoire. Oh! Love, said she, and her voice trembled, and her eye beamed. That is to be two and to be but one. A man and a woman mingled into one angel. It is heaven. If he had had all Peru in his pocket, he would certainly have given it to this dancer. But Gringoire had not Peru in his pocket, and besides, America was not yet discovered. Page 66. He had, they said, tasted in succession all the apples of the tree of knowledge, and, whether from hunger or disgust, had ended by tasting the forbidden fruit. My misfortune is that I still resemble a man too much. I should like to be wholly a beast like that goat. Quasimodo. There are plenty who regard a wall behind which something is happening as a very curious thing. By making himself a priest made himself a demon. To have lied is to have suffered. Reality in strong doses frightens. At the moment when her eyes closed, when all feeling vanished in her, She thought that she felt a touch of fire imprinted on her lips, a kiss more burning than the red-hot iron of the executioner. Youth is the future smiling at a stranger, which is itself. Slowly he took out the clothes in which, 10 years before Cosette had left Montfermeil, first the little dress, then the black scarf, then the great heavy child's shoes Cosette could still almost have worn, so small was her foot, then the vest of very thick fustian, then the knitted petticoat, then the apron with pockets, then the wool stockings. Then his venerable white head fell on the bed, this old stoical heart broke, his face was swallowed up, so to speak, in Cosette's clothes, and anybody who had passed along the staircase at that moment would have heard irrepressible sobbing. Let us have compassion for those under chastisement. Alas, who are we ourselves? Who am I, and who are you? Whence do we come, and is it quite certain that we did nothing before we were born? This earth is not without some resemblance to a jail. Who knows but that man is a victim of divine justice? Look closely at life. It is so constituted that one senses punishment everywhere. I have examined the death penalty under each of its two aspects, as a direct action, and as an indirect one. What does it come down to? Nothing but something horrible and useless, nothing but a way of shedding blood that is called a crime when an individual commits it, but is sadly called justice when society brings it about. Make no mistake, you lawmakers and judges, in the eyes of God as in those of conscience. What is a crime when individuals do it is no less an offense when society commits the deed. To rescue from oblivion even a fragment of a language which men have used and which is in danger of being lost, that is to say, one of the elements, whether good or bad, which have shaped and complicated civilization, is to extend the scope of social observation and to serve civilization. Human society, the world, and the whole of mankind is to be found in the alphabet. We may remark in passing that to be blind and beloved may, in this world where nothing is perfect, be among the most strangely exquisite forms of happiness. The supreme happiness in life is the assurance of being loved for oneself, even in spite of oneself, and this assurance the blind man possesses. In his affliction, to be served is to be caressed. Does he lack anything? No. Possessing love, he is not deprived of light. A love, moreover, that is wholly pure. There can be no blindness where there is this certainty. In this world, which is so plainly the antechamber of another, there are no happy men. The true division of humanity is between those who live in light and those who live in darkness. Our aim must be to diminish the number of the latter and increase the number of the former. That is why we demand education and knowledge. Nothing can be more depressing than to expose, naked to the light of thought, the hideous growth of argot. Indeed, it is like a sort of repellent animal intended to dwell in darkness which has been dragged out of its cloaca. One seems to see a horned and living creature viciously struggling to be restored to the place where it belongs. One word is like a claw, another like a sightless and bleeding eye, and there are phrases which clutch like the pincers of a crab. And all of it is alive with the hideous vitality of things that have organized themselves amid disorganization. The book which the reader now holds in his hands, from one end to the other, as a whole and in its details, whatever gaps, exceptions, or weaknesses it may contain, treats of the advance from evil to good, from injustice to justice, from falsity to truth, from darkness to daylight, from blind appetite to conscience, from decay to life, from bestiality to duty, from hell to heaven, from limbo to God. Matter itself is the starting point, and the point of arrival is the soul. Hydra at the beginning, an angel at the end. So a voice in the mountain is enough to let loose an avalanche. A word too much may be followed by a caving in. If the word had not been spoken, it would not have happened. Crime is redeemed by remorse, but not by a blow of the axe or slipknot. Blood has to be washed by tears but not by blood. France lost a great novel last night. God made the water but men made the wine. Heaven, on occasion, half opens its arms to us, and that is the great moment. Who then can calculate the path of the molecule? How do we know that the creations of worlds are not determined by the fall of grains of sand? Who then understands the reciprocal flux and reflux of the infinitely great and the infinitely small, the echoing of causes in the abysses of being, and the avalanches of creation? Ideas can no more flow backward than can a river. Life is a flower of which love is honey. All animals are to be found in men, and each of them exists in some man, sometimes several at the time. The sewer is the conscience of the city. I believe that pity is a law like justice, and that kindness is a duty like uprightness. That which is weak has a right to the kindness and pity of that which is strong. In the relations of man with the animals, there is a great ethic, scarcely perceived as yet, which will at length break through into the light, and which will be the corollary and the complement to humans' ethics. Are there not here unsound depths for the thinker? Is one to think oneself mad because one has the sentiment of universal pity in one's heart? Upon the first goblet he read this inscription, monkey wine, upon the second, lion wine, upon the third, sheep wine, upon the fourth, swine wine. These 4 inscriptions expressed the 4 descending degrees of drunkenness. The first, that which enlivens; the second, that which irritates; the third, that which stupefies; finally the last, that which brutalizes. Progress is the stride of God. We are on the side of religion as opposed to religions, and we are among those who believe in the wretched inadequacy of sermons and the sublimity of prayer. The truth of an upright man must be accepted on his own terms. Moreover, since natures vary, We must agree that all the beauties of human excellence may be fostered by faiths that we do not share. We are in the hands of those gods, those monsters, those giants, our thoughts. It's often our best friends who make us fall. With a tiny bit of effort, the nettle would be useful. If you neglect it, it becomes a pest. So then we kill it. How many men are like nettles, my friends? There is no such thing as a weed and no such thing as a bad man. There are only bad cultivators. I will be Chateaubriand or nothing. I represent a party which does not yet exist, the Party Revolution Civilization. This party will make the 20th century. There will issue from it first the United States of Europe, then the United States of the world. Philosophy is the microscope of thought. Everything desires to flee from it, but nothing escapes it. Whether we be Italians or Frenchmen, misery concerns us all. Ever since history has been written, ever since philosophy has meditated, misery has been the garment of the human race. The moment has at length arrived for tearing off that rag, and for replacing, upon the naked limbs of the man-people, the sinister fragment of the past with the grand purple robe of the dawn. In short, I am doing what I can, I suffer with the same universal suffering, and I try to assuage it. I possess only the puny forces of a man, and I cry to all, help me. That is to be two and to be but one. A man and a woman mingled into one angel. It is heaven. There is no distress so complete but that even in the most critical moments the inexplicable sunrise of hope is seen in its depths. Phenomena intersect. To see but one is to see nothing. Nothing is so stifling as symmetry. Symmetry is boredom, the quintessence of mourning. Despair yawns. There is something more terrible than a hell of suffering, a hell of boredom. A saint addicted to excessive self-abnegation is a dangerous associate. He may infect you with poverty, and a stiffening of those joints which are needed for advancement, in a word, with more renunciation than you care for, and so you flee the contagion. Need is a low door which, when we must by stern necessity pass through, forces the greatest to bend down the most. Popularity. Its glory's small change. Idleness is the heaviest of all oppressions. Thought is the work of the intellect, reverie is its self-indulgence. To substitute daydreaming for thought is to confuse a poison with a source of nourishment. Puns are the droppings of soaring wits. Homer is one of the men of genius who solved that fine problem of art, the finest of all, perhaps, truly to depict humanity by the enlargement of man, that is, to generate the real in the ideal. In the 20th century war will be dead, the scaffold will be dead, hatred will be dead, frontier boundaries will be dead, dogmas will be dead, man will live. He will possess something higher than all these: a great country, the whole earth, and a great hope, the whole heaven. Muriel had to undergo the fate of every newcomer in a little town, where there are many mouths which talk, and very few heads which think. At the shrine of friendship never say die, let the wine of friendship never run dry. I like the laughter that opens the lips and the heart, shows at the same time the pearls and the soul. As we have explained, in first love the soul is taken long before the body, later the body is taken long before the soul, sometimes the soul is not taken at all. No man is more unhappy than the one who is never in adversity. The greatest affliction of life is never to be afflicted. For prying into any human affairs, none are equal to those whom it does not concern. I am in the night. There is a being who has gone away and carried the heavens with her. Oh! To be laid side by side in the same tomb, hand clasped in hand, and from time to time, in the darkness, to caress a finger gently, that would suffice for my eternity. There is no supernatural, there is only nature. Nature alone exists and contains all. All is. There is the part of nature that we perceive, and the part of nature that we do not perceive. If you abandon these facts, beware, charlatans will light upon them, also the imbecile. There is no mean, science, or ignorance. If science does not want these facts, ignorance will take them up. You have refused to enlarge human intelligence, you augment human stupidity. When Laplace withdraws, Cagliostro appears. If nobody loved, the sun would go out. God created the flirt as soon as he made the fool. Men hate those to whom they have to lie. What's our baggage? Only vows, happiness, and all our care, and the flower that sweetly shows nestling lightly in your hair. The onward march of the human race requires that the heights around it constantly blaze with noble lessons of courage. Deeds of daring dazzle history and form one of man's guiding lights. There are people who observe the rules of honor as one observes the stars, from a great distance. One drop of wine is enough to redden a whole glass of water. The saints were his friends, and blessed him, the monsters were his friends, and guarded him. Brothers, he who dies here dies in the radiance of the future, and we are entering a tomb all flooded with the dawn. It is man's consolation that the future is to be a sunrise instead of a sunset. Nobody loves the light like the blind man. I'd like a drink. I desire to forget life. Life is a hideous invention by somebody I don't know. It doesn't last, and it's good for nothing. You break your neck simply living. Winter changes into stone the water of heaven and the heart of man. God manifests himself to us in the first degree through the life of the universe, and in the second degree through the thought of man. The second manifestation is not less holy than the first. The first is named nature, the second is named art. A bit of mold is a pleiad of flowers, a nebula is an anthill of stars. Emotion is always new and the word has always served, therein lies the difficulty of expressing emotion. Love is the salutation of the angel to the stars. The clouds, the only birds that never sleep. Everything bows to success, even grammar. There is no more sovereign eloquence than the truth in indignation. Friend is sometimes a word devoid of meaning, enemy, never. From the oyster to the eagle, from the swine to the tiger, all animals are to be found in men and each of them exists in some man, sometimes several at the time. Animals are nothing but the portrayal of our virtues and vices made manifest to our eyes, the visible reflections of our souls. God displays them to us to give us food for thought. Nothing is really small, whoever is open to the deep penetration of nature knows this. It is in the name of Moses that Bellarmine thunderstrikes Galileo, and this great vulgarizer of the great seeker Copernicus, Galileo, the old man of truth, the Magian of the heavens, was reduced to repeating on his knees word for word after the Inquisitor this formula of shame. Cord sincera edified non ficta abjuro maledico et detester superdictos errors edi hereses. Falsehood put an ass's hood on science. To sum up all, let it be known that science and religion are two identical words. The learned do not suspect this, no more do the religious. These two words express the two sides of the same fact, which is the infinite. Religion science, this is the future of the human mind. One cannot be a good historian of the outward, visible world without giving some thought to the hidden, private life of ordinary people. And on the other hand, one cannot be a good historian of this inner life without taking into account outward events where these are relevant. They are two orders of fact which reflect each other, which are always linked and which sometimes provoke each other. In the vast cosmical changes, the universal life comes and goes in unknown quantities, sowing an animalcule here, crumbling a star there, oscillating and winding, entangling, from the highest to the lowest, all activities in the obscurity of a dizzying mechanism, hanging the flight of an insect upon the movement of the earth. Enormous gearing, whose first motor is the gnat, and whose last wheel is the zodiac. God has made the cat to give man the pleasure of caressing the tiger. A republic may be called the climate of civilization. The convent is supreme egotism resulting in supreme self-denial. I had a dream my life would be different from this hell I am living, so different from what it seemed. Now life has killed the dream I dreamed. When I speak to you about myself, I am speaking to you about yourself. How is it you don't see that? How frightened hypocrisy hastens to defend itself. We are reassured almost as foolishly as we are alarmed. Human nature is so constituted. God was bored by him. Nothing awakens reminiscence like an aroma. I dislike wealth and prosperity, especially that of other men. Civilization survives on the constant discovery of amity and an equal supply of damnation. Science is continually correcting what it has said. Fertile corrections, science is a ladder, poetry is a winged flight. An artistic masterpiece exists for all time. Dante does not efface Homer. Civil war. What did the words mean? Was there any such thing as foreign war? Was not all warfare between men warfare between brothers? For the rest, he was the same to all men, the fashionable world and the ordinary people. He judged nothing in haste, or without taking account of the circumstances. He said, "Let me see how the fault arose." Every bird that flies has the thread of the infinite in its claw. Nature is pitiless, she never withdraws her flowers, her music, her fragrance, and her sunlight from before human cruelty or suffering. What matters deafness of the ear, when the mind hears? The one true deafness, the incurable deafness, is that of the mind. Success is an ugly thing. Men are deceived by its false resemblances to merit. They confound the brilliance of the firmament with the star-shaped footprints of a duck in the mud. I wanted to see you again, touch you, know who you were, see if I would find you identical with the ideal image of you which had remained with me and perhaps shatter my dream. With the aid of reality. Claude Frollo. To contemplate is to look at shadows. The malicious have a dark happiness. We pray together, we are afraid together, and then we go to sleep. Even if Satan came into the house, no one would interfere. After all, what is there to fear in this house? There is always one with us who is the strongest. Satan may visit our house, but the good Lord lives here. But listen, there will be more joy in heaven over the tears of a repentant sinner than over the white robes of 100 just men. Idleness, pleasure, what abysses! To do nothing is a dreary course to take, be sure of it. To live idle upon the substance of society. To be useless, that is to say, noxious. This leads straight to the lowest depth of misery. He was at his own request and through his own complicity driven out of all his happinesses one after the other, and he had this sorrow, that after having lost Cosette wholly in one day, he was afterwards obliged to lose her again in detail. Sire, you are looking at a plain man, and I am looking at a great man. Each of us may benefit. The holy law of Jesus Christ governs our civilization, but it does not yet permeate it. Each of our passions, even love, has a stomach that must not be overloaded. We must in everything write the word finesse in time. We must restrain ourselves. When it becomes urgent, we must draw the bolt on the appetite, play a fantasia on the violin, then break the strings with our own hand. The wise man is he who knows when and how to stop. Monsieur, to a convict is a glass of water to a man dying of thirst at sea. Ignominy thirsts for respect. Good actions are the invisible hinges on the doors of heaven. It is a terrible thing to be happy. How pleased we are with it. How all-sufficient we think it. How, being in possession of the false aim of life, happiness, we forget the true aim, duty. At that moment of love, a moment when passion is absolutely silent under omnipotence of ecstasy, Marius, pure seraphic Marius, would have been more capable of visiting a woman of the streets than of raising Cosette's dress above the ankle. Once on a moonlit night, Cosette stopped to pick up something from the ground. Her dress loosened and revealed the swelling of her breasts. Marius averted his eyes. The jostling of young minds against each other has this wonderful attribute that one can never foresee the spark, nor predict the flash. What will spring up in a moment? Nobody knows. A burst of laughter starts from a scene of emotion. In a moment of buffoonery, the serious enters. Impulses depend on a chance word. The spirit of each is sovereign. A jest suffices to open the door to the unexpected. They are conferences with sharp turns, where the perspective suddenly changes. Chance is the director of these conversations. The girls chirped and chatted like uncaged warblers. They were delirious with joy. Intoxications of life's morning. Enchanted years. The wing of a dragonfly trembles. Oh, reader, whoever you may be, do you have such memories? Have you walked in the underbrush, pushing aside branches for the charming head behind you? Have you slid laughing, down some slope wet with rain, with the woman you loved? Though we chisel away as best we can at the mysterious block from which our life is made, the black vein of destiny continually reappears. Man lives by affirmation even more than he does by bread. It all seemed to him to have disappeared as if behind a curtain at a theater. There are such curtains that drop in life. God is moving on to the next act. Here we stop. On the threshold of wedding nights stands an angel smiling, a finger to his lips. These are true felicities. No joy beyond these joys. Love is the only ecstasy, everything else weeps. He caught her, she fell, he caught her in his arms, he held her tightly unconscious of what he was doing. He held her up, though tottering himself. He felt as if his head were filled with smoke, flashes of light slipped through his eyelids, his thoughts vanished. It seemed to him that he was performing a religious act, and that he was committing a profanation. Moreover, he did not feel one passionate desire for this ravishing woman, whose form he felt against his heart. He was lost in love. The eye of a man should be still more reverent before the rising of a young maiden than before the rising of a star. The possibility of touch should increase respect. The down of the peach, the dust of the plum, the radiated crystal of snow, the butterfly's wing powdered with feathers, are gross things beside that chastity that does not even know it is chaste. The young maiden is only the glimmer of a dream and is not yet statue. Her alcove is hidden in the shadows of the ideal. The indiscreet touch of the eye desecrates this dim penumbra. Here, to gaze, is to profane. The first proof of charity in a priest, especially a bishop, is poverty. Liberation is not deliverance. I'm religiously opposed to religion. My tastes are aristocratic, my actions democratic. Wisdom is a sacred communion. When liberty returns, I will return. Despotism is a long crime. Skepticism, that dry carries of the intelligence. To destroy abuses is not enough, habits must also be changed. The windmill has gone, but the wind is still there. Old Man G. to Monsignor Bienvenu Muriel. The women laughed and wept, the crowd stamped their feet enthusiastically, for at that moment Quasimodo was really beautiful. He was handsome, this orphan, this foundling, this outcast. He left her. She was dissatisfied with him. He had preferred to incur her anger rather than cause her pain. He had kept all the pain for himself. I didn't believe it could be so monstrous. It's wrong to be so absorbed in divine law as not to perceive human law. Death belongs to God alone. By what right do men tough that unknown thing? These are dark radiances. They have no suspicion that they are to be pitied. Certainly they are so. He who does not weep does not see. They are to be admired and pitied, as one would both pity and admire a being at once night and day, without eyes beneath his lashes but with a star on his brow. Look not at the face, young girl, look at the heart. The heart of a handsome young man is often deformed. There are hearts in which love does not keep. Young girl, the pine is not beautiful. It is not beautiful like the poplar, but it keeps its foliage in winter. Let us fear ourselves. Prejudices are the real robbers, vices are the real murderers. The great dangers lie within ourselves. So your desire is to do nothing. Well, ye shall not have a week, a day, an hour, free from oppression. You shall not be able to lift anything without agony. Every passing minute will make your muscles crack. What is feather to others will be a rock to you. The simplest things will become difficult. Life will become monstrous about you. To come, to go, to breathe, will be so many terrible tasks for you. Your lungs will feel like 100-pound weight. Profound hearts, wise minds, take life as God makes it. It is a long trial, an unintelligible preparation for the unknown destiny. Every day has its great grief or its small anxiety. One cloud is dispelled, another forms. There is hardly one day in 100 of real joy and bright sunshine. Oh! Everything I loved. Spira, spera. Breathe, hope. We need those who pray constantly to compensate for those who do not pray at all. Dost thou understand? I love thee. He cried again. What? Love? Said the unhappy girl with a shudder. He resumed, the love of a damned soul. His judgment demonstrates that one can be a genius and understand nothing of an art that is not one's own. Have no fear of robbers or murderers. They are external dangers, petty dangers. We should fear ourselves. Prejudices are the real robbers, vices the real murderers. The great dangers are within us. Why worry about what threatens our heads or our purses? Let us think instead of what threatens our souls. Ma vi est un enigma dont ton nom est lo emoti. My life is an enigma, of which your name is the word. Joie est mon caractère, c'est la faute à Voltaire. Misère est mon trousseau, c'est la faute à Rousseau. Joy is my character, 'tis the fault of Voltaire. Misery is my trousseau, 'tis the fault of Rousseau. Gavroche. People do not read stupidities with impunity. The memory of an absent person shines in the deepest recesses of the heart, shining the more brightly the more wholly its object has vanished. A light on the horizon of the despairing, darkened spirit, a star gleaming in our inward night. You are adorable, mademoiselle. I study your feet with the microscope and your soul with the telescope. The earth is a great piece of stupidity. Great griefs exhaust. They discourage us with life. The man into whom they enter feels something taken from him. In youth, their visit is sad, later on, it is ominous. A fall from such a height is rarely straight downwards. His universal compassion was due less to natural instinct than to a profound conviction, a sum of thoughts that in the course of living had filtered through to his heart. For in the nature of man, as in rock, there may be channels hollowed by the dropping of water, and these can never be destroyed. The guillotine is the ultimate expression of law, and its name is vengeance. It is not neutral, nor does it allow us to remain neutral. The soul in the darkness sins, but the real sinner is he who caused the darkness. She worked in order to live, and presently fell in love, also in order to live, for the heart, too, has its hunger. Often the losing of a battle leads to the winning of progress. Less glory but greater liberty, the drum is silent and the voices of reason can be heard. That is the explanation of war, an outrage by humanity upon humanity in despite of humanity. Daring is the price of progress. All splendid conquests are the prize of boldness, more or less. You would have imagined her at one moment a maniac, at another a queen. Desiring always to be in mourning, he clothed himself with night. Die, very good, but do not make others die. Suicides like the one which is about to take place here are sublime, but suicide is restricted, and does not allow of extension, and so soon as it affects your neighbors, suicide becomes murder. Let us admit, without bitterness, that the individual has his distinct interests and can, without felony, stipulate for those interests and defend them. The present has its pardonable amount of egotism, momentary life has its claims, and cannot be expected to sacrifice itself incessantly to the future. The generation which is in its turn passing over the earth is not forced to abridge its life for the sake of the generations, its equals after all, whose turn shall come later on. Genuflection before the idol or the dollar destroys the muscles which walk and the will that moves. Be happy without picking flaws. Her soul trembled on her lips like a drop of dew on a flower. The merciful precepts of Christ will at last suffuse the code and it will glow with their radiance. Crime will be considered an illness with its own doctors to replace your judges and its hospitals to replace your prisons. Liberty shall be equated with health. Ointments and oil shall be applied to limbs that were once shackled and branded. Infirmities that once were scourged with anger shall now be bathed with love. The cross in place of the gallows, sublime and yet so simple. But secondly you say, society must exact vengeance, and society must punish. Wrong on both counts. Vengeance comes from the individual and punishment from God. That men saw his mask, but the bishop saw his face. That men saw his life, but the bishop saw his conscience. Revolutions are not born of chance but of necessity. Sometimes he used a spade in his garden, and sometimes he read and wrote. He had but one name for these two kinds of labor. He called them gardening. The spirit is a garden, said he. Diamonds are found only in the dark bowels of the earth. Truths are found only in the depths of thought. It seemed to him that after descending into those depths after long groping in the blackest of this darkness, he had at last found one of these diamonds, one of these truths, and that he held it in his hand, and it blinded him to look at it. Page 231. In this way, his unhappy soul struggled with its anguish. 1800 years before this unfortunate man, the mysterious being, in whom all the sanctities and all the sufferings of humanity come together, he too, while the olive trees trembled in the fierce breath of the infinite, had brushed away the fearful cup that appeared before him, streaming with shadow and running over with darkness, in the star-filled depths. Page 236. Should we continue to look upwards? Is the light we can see in the sky one of those which will presently be extinguished? The ideal is terrifying to behold, brilliant but threatened on all sides by the dark forces that surround it, nevertheless, no more in danger than a star in the jaws of the clouds. I was dying when you came. Men become accustomed to poison by degrees. If you are leaving that sorrowful place with hate and anger against men, you are worthy of compassion. If you leave it with goodwill, gentleness and peace, you are better than any of us. If a writer wrote merely for his time, I would have to break my pen and throw it away. There are things stronger than the strongest man. The left-handed are precious, they take places which are inconvenient for the rest. Ah, cried Gavroche, what does this mean? It rains again. If this continues, I withdraw my subscription. If I speak, I am condemned. If I stay silent, I am damned. The beautiful is as useful as the useful. He added after a moment's silence, perhaps more so. The mother, swinging the children by pulling on a length of string, while at the same time she kept an eye on them with that protective watchfulness, half animal, half angelic, which is the quality of motherhood. We must never fear robbers or murderers. They are dangers from outside, small dangers. It is ourselves we have to fear. Prejudice is the real robber, vice the real murderer. Why should we be troubled by a threat to our person or our pocket? What we have to beware of is the threat to our souls. While contemplating the bride, and eyeing the cake of soap, he muttered between his teeth, Tuesday. It was not Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Perhaps it was Tuesday. Yes, it was Tuesday. No one has ever discovered to what this monologue referred. Yes, perchance, this monologue had some connection with the last occasion on which he had dined, 3 days before, for it was now Friday. A benevolent malefactor, merciful, gentle, helpful, clement, a convict, returning good for evil, giving back pardon for hatred, preferring pity to vengeance, preferring to ruin himself rather than to ruin his enemy, saving him who had smitten him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more nearly akin to an angel than to a man. Javert was constrained to admit to himself that this monster existed. Things could not go on in this manner. Jean Prouvaire was timid only in repose. Once excited, he burst forth, a sort of mirth accentuated his enthusiasm, and he was at once both laughing and lyric. Gavroche had fallen only to rise again. He sat up, a long stream of blood rolled down his face. He raised both arms in air, looked in the direction whence the shot came, and began to sing. There are no weeds, and no worthless men. There are only bad farmers. M. Mabeuf's political opinion was a passionate fondness for plants, and a still greater one for books. He had, like everybody else, his termination in ist, without which nobody could have lived in those times, but he was neither a royalist, nor a Bonapartist, nor a Chartist, nor an Orleanist, nor an anarchist. He was an old bookist. Forget not, never forget that you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man. Jean Valjean, my brother, you belong no longer to evil, but to good. It is your soul that I am buying for you. I withdraw it from dark thoughts and from the spirit of perdition, and I give it to God. To err is human. To loaf is Parisian. Every good quality runs into a defect. Economy borders on avarice. The generous are not far from the prodigal. The brave man is close to the bully. He who is very pious is slightly sanctimonious. There are just as many vices to virtue as there are holes in the mantle of Diogenes. Do not forget, do not ever forget, that you have promised me to use the money to make yourself an honest man. Valjean, who did not recall having made any promise, was silent. The bishop had spoken the words slowly and deliberately. He concluded with a solemn emphasis, Jean Valjean, my brother, you no longer belong to what is evil but to what is good. I have bought your soul to save it from black thoughts and the spirit of perdition, and I give it to God. She might have melted a heart of stone, but nothing can melt a heart of wood. It is grievous for a man to leave behind him a shadow in his own shape. Children at once accept joy and happiness with quick familiarity, being themselves naturally all happiness and joy. Marius was of the temperament that sinks into grief and remains there. Cosette was of the sort that plunges in and comes out again. But alas, if I have not maintained my victory, it is God's fault for not making man the devil of equal strength. Mothers are often fondest of the child which has caused them the greatest pain. To pay compliments to the one we love is the first method of caressing, a demi-audacity venturing. A compliment is something like a kiss through a veil. Where would the shout of love begin, if not from the summit of sacrifice? Table talk and lovers' talk equally elude the grasp. Lovers' talk is clouds, table talk is smoke. Les Miserables. Yes, the brutalities of progress are called revolutions. But I have been exposed, I am pursued, by myself. That is a pursuit that does not readily let go. Marius and Cosette did not ask where this would lead them. They looked at themselves as arrived. It is a strange pretension for men to ask that love should lead them somewhere. Marius and Cosette were in the dark in regard to each other. They did not speak, they did not bow, they were not acquainted, they saw each other, and, like the stars in the sky separated by millions of leagues, they lived by gazing upon each other. The sadness which reigned everywhere was but an excuse for unfailing kindness. My greatness does not extend to this shelf. The reduction of the universe to the compass of a single being, and the extension of a single being until it reaches God, that is love. Love is the salute of the angels to the stars. How sad is the heart when rendered sad by love! How great is the void created by the absence of the being who alone fills the world! Since we shall love each other, I shall be great and you shall be rich. I was always a lover of soft-winged things. The author creates a book and the people accept or not accept it. The creator of a book is an author and the creator of its fate are people. We are all under sentence of death, but with a sort of indefinite reprieve. Between the government which does evil and the people who accept it, there is a certain shameful solidarity. To know how to distinguish the agitation arising from covetousness, from the agitation arising from principles, to fight the one and aid the other. In this lies the genius and the power of great revolutionary leaders. Beauty is as useful as the useful. More so, perhaps. Le beau est aussi utile que l'utile. Plus peut-être. Every step which the intelligence of Europe has taken has been in spite of the clerical party. Those who always pray are necessary to those who never pray. Poverty and wealth are comparative sins. To divinize is human, to humanize is divine. We would be ashamed of our best behavior if the people knew the motives of our behaving so. Friendship exists outside our modern economy of scarcity. It's not about apportioning vanishing resources of time and energy. Friendship is a blessed relic of the ancient economy of the gift, and the time freely given to people dear to you actually creates magical abundance. Music is the vapor of art. It is to poetry what reverie is to thought, what fluid is to solid, what the ocean of clouds is to the ocean of waves. Nihilism has no substance. There is no such thing as nothingness, and zero does not exist. Everything is something. Nothing is nothing. Love resembles a tree. It bends under its own weight, deeply rooted in our being, and sometimes turns green in the ruins of a heart. If we must suffer, let us suffer nobly. In every cradle decked with rosy wreath lurk germs of death. The smaller it is the heart, more hatred houses. Do not economize on the hymeneal rites, do not prune them of their splendor, nor split farthings on the day when you are radiant. A wedding is not housekeeping. And the dream that our mind had sketched in haste shall others continue, but never complete. For none upon earth can achieve his scheme, the best as the worst are futile here. We wake at the selfsame point of the dream, all is here begun, and finished elsewhere. Art needs no spur beyond itself. Our mind is enriched by what we receive, our heart by what we give. Houses are like the human beings that inhabit them. To live a life which is a perpetual falsehood is to suffer unknown tortures. The peasants of the Asturias believe that in every litter of wolves there is one pup that is killed by the mother for fear that on growing up it would devour the other little ones. Kings are for nations in their swaddling clothes. France has attained her majority. If I were Jesus Christ, I would save Judas. Inanimate objects sometimes appear endowed with a strange power of sight. A statue notices, a tower watches, the face of an edifice contemplates. Take all reasonable advantage of that which the present may offer you. It is the only time which is ours. Yesterday is buried forever, and tomorrow we may never see. I believe in religion against the religious, in the pitifulness of orisons, and in the sublimity of prayer. Let us fear the worst, but work with faith, the best will always take care of itself. Excitement is not enjoyment, in calmness lies true pleasure. The most precious wines are sipped, not bolted at a swallow. The poetic element lying hidden in most women is the source of their magnetic attraction. One only needs to see a smile in a white crepe bonnet in order to enter the palace of dreams. Cheerfulness is like money well expended in charity, the more we dispense of it, the greater our possession. The repose of darkness is deeper on the water than on the land. There is such a thing as the pressure of darkness. Dirt has been shrewdly termed misplaced material. Every body drags its shadow, and every mind its doubt. Earnestness is the salt of eloquence. There is no rapture in the love which is prompted by esteem. Such affection is lasting, not passionate. No religion but blasphemes a little. To see so much misery everywhere, I suspect that God is not rich. He keeps up appearances, it is true, but I feel the pinch. He gives a revolution as a merchant, whose credit is low, gives a ball. Great grief is a divine and terrible radiance which transfigures the wretched. Youth, even in its sorrows, always has a brilliancy of its own. There exists, at the bottom of all abasement and misfortune, a last extreme which rebels and joins battle with the forces of law and respectability in a desperate struggle, waged partly by cunning and partly by violence, at once sick and ferocious, in which it attacks the prevailing social order with the pinpricks of vice and the hammer blows of crime. Despots play their part in the works of thinkers. Fettered words are terrible words. The writer doubles and trebles the power of his writing when a ruler imposes silence on the people. Something emerges from that enforced silence, a mysterious fullness which filters through and becomes steely in the thought. Repression in history leads to conciseness in the historian, and the rock-like hardness of much celebrated prose is due to the tempering of the tyrant. Nature, like a kind and smiling mother, lends herself to our dreams and cherishes our fancies. To rove about, musing, that is to say loitering, is, for a philosopher, a good way of spending time, especially in that kind of mock rurality, ugly but odd, and partaking of two natures, which surround certain large cities, particularly Paris. I am for religion, against religions. He small is great, the great is small, all is in equilibrium in necessity. Seeing so much poverty everywhere makes me think that God is not rich. He gives the appearance of it, but I suspect some financial difficulties. A sewer is a cynic. It tells all. Too much improvisation leaves the mind stupidly void. Idleness is a mother. She has a son, robbery, and a daughter, hunger. Whom man kills, him God restoreth to life. Monastic incarceration is castration. Every man is a book in which God himself writes. Symmetry is ennui, and ennui is the very essence of grief and melancholy. Despair yawns. In winter there is no heat, no light, no noon, evening touches morning, there is fog, and mist, the window is frosted, and you cannot see clearly. The sky is but the mouth of a cave. The whole day is the cave. Frightful season. Winter changes into stone the water of heaven and the heart of man. The most ferocious animals are disarmed by caresses to their young. Social prosperity means man happy, the citizen free, the nation great. Right is right only when entire. Work, which makes a man free, and thought, which makes him worthy of freedom. Go to sleep in peace. God is awake. Waterloo is a battle of the first rank won by a captain of the second. For, to make deserts, God, who rules mankind, begins with kings, and ends the work by wind. There is a secret drawer in every woman's heart. For sight is womanlike and shuns the old. Men are still men. The despot's wickedness comes of ill teaching, and of power's excess comes of the purple he from childhood wears. Slaves would be tyrants if the chance were theirs. It is God who makes woman beautiful, it is the devil who makes her pretty. Mirrors, those revealers of the truth, are hated, that does not prevent them from being of use. In my old age there is a coming into flower. My body wanes, my mind waxes. Man lives more by affirmation than by bread. There are many lovely women, but no perfect ones. The nearer I approach the end, the plainer I hear around me the immortal symphonies of the worlds which invite me. It is marvelous, yet simple. When people look back at their childhood or youth, their wistfulness comes from the memory, not of what their lives had been in those years, but of what life had then promised to be. The expectation of some indefinable splendor, of the unusual, the exciting. The great is an attribute of youth, and the process of aging is the process of that expectation's gradual extinction. One does not have to let it happen. But that fire dies for lack of fuel, under the gray weight of disappointments. God secludes himself, but the thinker listens at the door. 1,000 men enslaved fear one beast free. The persistence of an all-absorbing idea is terrible. Does not beauty confer a benefit upon us, even by the simple fact of being beautiful? Love, thine is the future. Death, I use thee, but I hate thee. Citizens, there shall be in the future neither darkness nor thunderbolts, neither ferocious ignorance nor blood for blood. Dark error's other hidden side is truth. Hypocrisy is nothing, in fact, but a horrible hopefulness. Yes, instruction. Light. Light. Everything comes from light, and to everything it returns. We are not loved by our friends for what we are, rather, we are loved in spite of what we are. There are no trifles in the human story, no trifling leaves on the tree. God is behind everything, but everything hides God. Give to a being the useless, and deprive him of the needful, and you have the gammon. For true poetry, complete poetry, consists in the harmony of contraries. Hence, It is time to say aloud, and it is here above all that exceptions prove the rule, that everything that exists in nature exists in art. At a certain depth of distress, the poor, in their stupor, groan no longer over evil, and are no longer thankful for good. Women play with their beauty as children do with their knives. They wound themselves with it. Poetry contains philosophy as the soul contains reason. It has become necessary to call the attention of European governments to a fact which is apparently so insignificant that the governments seem not to notice it. The fact is this: an entire people is being annihilated. Where? In Europe. Are there witnesses? One witness, the entire world. Do the governments see it? No. I refuse the oration of all churches. I ask a prayer of all souls. I believe in God. Woman, nude, is the blue sky. Clouds and garments are an obstacle to contemplation. Beauty and infinity would be gazed upon unveiled. I tried. But I feel that I haven't given utterance to the 1,000th part of what lies within me. When I go to the grave, I can say, as others have said, I have finished my day's work. But I cannot say, I have finished my life. My day's work will begin again the next morning. The tomb is not a blind alley, it is a thoroughfare. It closes on the twilight, but opens on the dawn. Great blunders are often made, like large ropes, of a multitude of fibers. Take the cable thread by thread, take separately all the little determining motives, you break them one after another, and you say, that is all. Wind them and twist them together, they become an enormity. Work is the law of life, and to reject it as boredom is to submit to it as torment. Do you know what friendship is? It is to be brother and sister, two souls which touch without mingling, two fingers on one hand. Everything changes. The only thing that remains immovable across the centuries and fixes the character of a people is cooking. Let the one fight for his flag, and the other for his ideal, and let them both imagine that they are fighting for the country. The strife will be colossal. Lastly, this threefold poetry flows from three great sources: the Bible, Homer, Shakespeare. The Bible before the Iliad before Shakespeare. The real, native South Seas food is lousy. You can't eat it. In the opera we call love, the libretto is almost nothing. It is the essence of truth that it is never excessive. We must not resort to the flame where only light is required. If the infinite had no me, then me would be its limit. It would not be the infinite, therefore it would not be. The aim of art is almost divine, to bring to life again if it is writing history, to create if it is writing poetry. The supreme ordeal, let us say rather, the only ordeal, is the loss of the beloved being. God blesses man, not for having found but for having sought. Progress is not accomplished in one stage. When two souls have finally found each other, there is established between them a union which begins on earth and continues forever in heaven. Why worry about what threatens our heads or purses? Let us think instead of what threatens our souls. If you want to civilize a man, begin with his grandmother. There is suffering in the light, in excess it burns. Flame is hostile to the wing. To burn and yet to fly, this is the miracle of genius. Human intelligence discovered a way of perpetuating itself, one not only more durable and more resistant than architecture, but also simpler and easier. Architecture was dethroned. The stone letters of Orpheus gave way to the lead letters of Gutenberg. The book will kill the edifice. Love would never be a promise of a rose garden unless it is showered with light of faith, water of sincerity and air of passion. Sometimes we make love with our eyes. Sometimes we make love with our hands. Sometimes we make love with our bodies. Always we make love with our hearts. If I could reach up and hold a star for every time you've made me smile, the entire evening sky would be in the palm of my hand. To love another person is to see the face of God. Dreaming is happiness. Waiting is life. If God had intended that man should go backward, he would have given him eyes in the back of his head. Symmetry is tedious, and tedium is the very basis of mourning. Despair yawns. Winter is on my head, but eternal spring is in my heart. The nearer I approach the end, the plainer I hear around me the immortal symphonies of the worlds which invite me. For half a century I have been writing thoughts in prose, verse, history, drama, romance, tradition, satire, ode, and song. I have tried them all, but I feel I have not said 1,000th part of that which is within me. When I go down to the grave, I can say I have finished my day's work, but I cannot say I have finished my life's work. In Shakespeare the birds sing, the bushes are clothed with green, hearts love, souls suffer, the cloud wanders, it is hot, it is cold, night falls, time passes. Forests and multitudes speak, the vast eternal dream hovers over all. Sap and blood, all forms of the multiple reality, actions and ideas, man and humanity, the living and the life, solitudes, cities, religions, diamonds and pearls, dunghills and charnel houses, the ebb and flow of beings, the steps of comers and goers, all are on Shakespeare and in Shakespeare. I think I missed my calling. I should have been an interior decorator. They say love is blindness of heart. I say not to love is blindness. Gutenberg's invention of printing is the greatest event, the mother of revolution. Religion, society, and nature. These are the three struggles of man. Man does not understand nor accept immortality except on condition of self-remembrance. God has bestowed two gifts on man, hope and ignorance. Ignorance is the better of the two. Algebra applies to the clouds. Everything speaks, the flowing airstream and the sailing halcyon, the blade of grass, the flower, the bud, the element. Did you imagine the universe to be otherwise? Reverie, which is thought in its nebulous state, borders closely upon the land of sleep, by which it is bounded as by a natural frontier. Hope is a delusion, no hand can grasp a wave or a shadow. A fixed idea ends in madness or heroism. Progress is the lifestyle of man. Every bad institution of this world ends by suicide. Every idea must have a visible unfolding. Creation lives, grows, and multiplies. Man is but a witness. A woman's best qualities are harmful if undiluted with prudence. All who suffer are full of hatred, all who live drag a remorse, the dead alone have broken their chains. The world of sleep has an existence of its own. There are no rules for felicity. God, whose gifts in gracious flood unto all who seek are sent, only asks you to be good and is content. A queen, devoid of beauty, is not queen, she needs the royalty of beauty's mien. In 1815, M. Charles François Bienvenu Myriel was Bishop of D. He was a man of 75, and had occupied the bishopric of D since 1806. Although it in no manner concerns, even in the remotest degree, what we have to relate, it may not be useless, were it only for the sake of exactness in all things, to notice here the reports and gossip which had arisen on his account from the time of his arrival in the diocese. A stout heart may be ruined in fortune but not in spirit. A few feet under the ground reigns so profound a silence, and yet so much tumult on the surface. It seems as though, at the approach of a certain dark hour, the light of heaven infills those who are leaving the light of earth. Foppery is the egotism of clothes. It may be remarked in passing that success is an ugly thing. Men are deceived by its false resemblances to merit. Was it possible that Napoleon should win the Battle of Waterloo? We answer, no. Why? Because of Wellington? Because of Blücher? No. Because of God. For Bonaparte to conquer at Waterloo was not the law of the 19th century. It was time that this vast man should fall. He had been impeached before the infinite. He had vexed God. Waterloo was not a battle. It was the change of front of the universe. To rise at 6, to dine at 10, to sup at 6, to sleep at 10, makes a man live for 10 times 10. Is it not a thing divine to have a smile which, none know how, has the power to lighten the weight of that enormous chain which all the living in common drag behind them? Without at all invalidating what we have just said, we believe that a perpetual remembrance of the tomb is proper for the living. On this point, the priest and the philosopher agree, we must die. The English took the eagle and Austrians the eaglet. Father, l'Angleterre prit l'aigle, idéalâtre l'aiglon. Wisdom and eloquence are not always united. The most terrible of motives and the most unanswerable of responses, because wisdom is the health of the soul. A wretched woman is more unfortunate than a wretched man. Popularity, a piece of faded tinsel, that is out of date. God in his harmony has equal ends for cedar that resists and reed that bends, for good it is a woman sometimes rules, holds in her hand the power, and manners, schools, and laws, and mind, succeeding master proud, with gentle voice and smiles she leads the crowd, the somber human troop. Philosophy is the microscope of thought. Logic ignores the almost, just as the sun ignores the candle. Women are more credulous than men. The soul does not give itself up to despair until it has exhausted all illusions. To meditate is to labor, to think is to act. Folded arms work, closed hands perform, a gaze fixed on heaven is a toil. The production of souls is the secret of unfathomable depth. When, like an emir of tyrannic power, Sirius appears, and on the horizon black bids countless stars pursue their mighty track. Thus, during those 19 years of torture and slavery, did this soul rise and fall at the same time. Light entered on the one side, and darkness on the other. God put in man thought, society, action, nature, reverie. There is but one way of refusing tomorrow, that is to die. There is a material advancement, we desire it. There is, also, a moral grandeur, we hold fast to it. Labor is life, thought is light. The man who fights against his own country is never a hero. O youth! Thou often tearest thy wings against the thorns of voluptuousness. God became man, granted. The devil became a woman. My revenge is fraternity. No more frontiers. The Rhine for everyone. Let us be the same republic. Let us be the United States of Europe. Let us be the Continental Federation. Let us be European liberty. Let us be universal peace. You preserve your shame, but you kill your glory. It is those books which a man possesses but does not read which constitute the most suspicious evidence against him. If it were, is it not, outrageous that society should treat with such rigid precision those of its members who were most poorly endowed in the distribution or wealth that chance had made, and who were, therefore, most worthy of indulgence? It is the peculiarity of grief to bring out the childish side of man. Nothing is more dangerous than to stop working. It is a habit that can soon be lost, one that is easily neglected and hard to resume. A measure of daydreaming is a good thing, like a drug prudently used. But too much submerges and drowns. Woe to the intellectual worker who allows himself to lapse wholly from positive thinking into daydreaming. He thinks he can easily change back, and tells himself that it is all one. He is wrong. To substitute daydreaming for thought is to confuse poison with a source of nourishment. Winter is on my head, but eternal spring is in my heart. I breathe at this hour the fragrance of the lilacs, the violets, and the roses, as at 20 years ago. Genius is rare because the means of becoming one have not been available. The death agony of the barricade was about to begin, for, since the preceding evening, the 2 rows of houses in the Rue de la Chanvrerie had become 2 walls. Ferocious walls, doors closed, windows closed, shutters closed. A house is an escarpment. A door is a refusal, a facade is a wall. This wall hears, sees, and will not. It might open and save you. No. This wall is a judge. It gazes at you and condemns you. What dismal things are closed houses! In the relations of humans with the animals, with the flowers, with all the objects of creation, there is a whole great ethic scarcely seen as yet. It is sad to tell, but after having tried society, which had caused his misfortune, he tried Providence which created society, and condemned it also. Wide horizons lead the soul to broad ideas, circumscribed horizons engender narrow ideas. This sometimes condemns great hearts to become small-minded, broad ideas hated by narrow ideas. This is the very struggle of progress. In saying no to progress, it is not the future which they condemn, but themselves. They give themselves a melancholy disease, they inoculate themselves with the past. There is but one way of refusing tomorrow, that is to die. To breathe Paris is to preserve one's soul. Those who every morning plan the transactions of the day and follow out that plan carry a thread that will guide them through the labyrinth of the most busy life. The orderly arrangement of their time is like a ray of light which darts itself through all their occupations. But where no plan is laid, where the disposal of time is surrendered merely to the chance of incidents, chaos will soon reign. This child whom we love brings daylight into our soul. A joyous little creature, so beautiful, it was as if a gate of heaven opened as she came in. When a person opens a book, he can never be in prison. Out Milky Way is the dwelling, the nebulae are the city. Most commonly revolt is born of material circumstances, but insurrection is always a moral phenomenon. Revolt is Masaniello, who led the Neapolitan insurgents in 1647, but insurrection is Spartacus. Insurrection is a thing of the spirit, revolt is a thing of the stomach. Memory is a gulf that a word can move to its lowest depths. There must be people who pray even for those who never pray. Humanity is our common lot. All men are made of the same clay. There is no difference, at least here on earth, in the fate assigned to us. We come of the same void, inhabit the same flesh, are dissolved in the same ashes. But ignorance infecting the human substance turns it black, and that incurable blackness, gaining possession of the soul, becomes evil. Who among us has not sought peace in a song? There is one spectacle grander than the sea, that is the sky. Philosophy should be an energy. It should find its aim and its effect in the amelioration of mankind. Slaves would be tyrants were the chance theirs. A poet is a world enclosed in a man. The day that a woman who is passing before you sheds a light upon you as she goes, you are lost, you love. You have then but one thing to do, to think of her so earnestly that she will be compelled to think of you. The heart becomes heroic through passion. It is no longer composed of anything but what is pure, it no longer rests upon anything but what is elevated and great. A library implies an act of faith which generations, still in darkness hid, sign in their night in witness of the dawn. Solitude either develops the mental power, or renders men dull and vicious. Strong and rare natures are thus created. Misery, almost always a stepmother, is sometimes a mother. Privation gives birth to power of soul and mind. Distress is the nurse of self-respect. Misfortune is a good breast for great souls. I only take a half share in the Civil War. I am willing to die, I am not willing to kill. He had slipped, climbed, rolled, searched, walked, persevered, that is all. Such is the secret of all triumphs. Let us leave to the brain what belongs to it, and agree that the work of the men of genius is of the superhuman, the offspring of man. You have enemies. Why, it is the story of every man who has done a great deed or created a new idea. Nothing is more dangerous than discontinued labor. It is habit lost. A habit easy to abandon, difficult to resume. We should judge a man much more surely from what he dreams than from what he thinks. One of the hardest labors of the just man is to expunge from his soul a malevolence which it is difficult to efface. To be wicked does not ensure prosperity, for the inn did not succeed well. There is a way of meeting error while on the road of truth. We are for religion against the religions. We do not comprehend everything, but we insult nothing. To meditate is to labor, to think is to act. Those who pray always are necessary to those who never pray. In our view, the whole question is in the amount of thought that is mingled with prayer. What is the cat? He exclaimed. It is a corrective. God, having made the mouse, said, I've made a blunder. And he made the cat. The cat is the erratum of the mouse. The mouse, plus the cat, is the revised and corrected proof of creation. The miserable's name is man. He is agonizing in all climes, and he is groaning in all languages. Fame must have enemies, as light must have gnats. He would give all of his clothes to his servant, admonishing him not to return them until he had completed his day's work. A tempest ceases, a cyclone passes over, a wind dies down, a broken mast can be replaced, a leak can be stopped, a fire extinguished. But what will become of this enormous brute of bronze? Equality does not mean that all plants must grow to the same height, a society of tall grass and dwarf trees, a jostle of conflicting jealousies. It means, in civic terms, an equal outlet for all talents, in political terms, that all votes will carry the same weight, and in religious terms that all beliefs will enjoy equal rights. True thinkers are characterized by a blending of clearness and mystery. The sunshine was delightful, the foliage gently astir, more from the activity of birds than from the breeze. One gallant little bird, doubtless lovelorn, was singing his heart out at the top of a tall tree. He who is not master of his own thoughts is not accountable for his own deeds. Love is like a tree, it grows of its own accord, it puts down deep roots into our whole being. The paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor. What was more needed by this old man who divided the leisure hours of his life, where he had so little leisure, between gardening in the daytime and contemplation at night? Was not this narrow enclosure, with the sky for a background, enough to enable him to adore God in his most beautiful as well as in his most sublime works? Indeed, is not that all, and what more can be desired? A little garden to walk, an immensity to reflect upon. At his feet something to cultivate and gather, above his head something to study and meditate upon, a few flowers on the earth, and all the stars in the sky. When we are at the end of life, to die means to go away. When we are at the beginning, to go away means to die. There are many tongues to talk, and but few heads to think. Vengeance comes from the individual and punishment from God. Genius, the superhuman in man. On this point, the priest and the philosopher agree, we must die. A day will come when all nations on our continent will form a European brotherhood. A day will come when we shall see the United States of America and the United States of Europe face to face, reaching out for each other across the seas. Every bird which flies has the thread of the infinite in its claw. Germination includes the hatching of a meteor and the tap of a swallow's bill breaking the egg, and it leads forward the birth of an earthworm and the advent of Socrates. The transept belfry in the two towers were to him three great cages, the birds in which, taught by him, would sing for him alone. Yet it was these same bells which had made him deaf. But mothers are often fondest of the child who has made them suffer most. Never had the sky been more studded with stars and more charming, the trees more trembling, the odor of the grass more penetrating. Never had the birds fallen asleep among the leaves with a sweeter noise. Never had all the harmonies of universal serenity responded more thoroughly to the inward music of love. Never had Marius been more captivated, more happy, more ecstatic. Death belongs to God alone. By what right do men touch that unknown thing? Whatever causes night in our souls may leave stars. Simurdain was full of virtues and truth, but they shine out of a dark background. I'm not in the world to guard my own life, but to guard souls. Wonderful nature has a double meaning, which dazzles great minds and blinds uncultivated souls. When man is ignorant, when the desert is filled with visions, the darkness of solitude is added to the darkness of intelligence, hence, in man, the possibilities of perdition. There is will in the thought, there is none in the dream. The dream, which is completely spontaneous, takes and keeps, even in the gigantic and the ideal, the form of our mind. Nothing springs more directly and more sincerely from the very bottom of our souls than our unreflected and indefinite aspirations towards the splendors of destiny. As we have said, robust souls are sometimes almost, but not entirely, overthrown by strokes of misfortune. Despair has steps leading upward. From total depression we rise to despondency, from despondency to affliction, from affliction to melancholy. Melancholy is a twilight state in which suffering transmutes into a somber joy. Melancholy is the enjoyment of being sad. These Greek capitals, black with age, and quite deeply graven in the stone, with I know not what signs peculiar to Gothic calligraphy imprinted upon their forms and upon their attitudes, as though with the purpose of revealing that it had been a hand of the Middle Ages which had inscribed them there, and especially the fatal and melancholy meaning contained in them, struck the author deeply. The hand which moves over the dial moves also among souls. Have but luck, and you will have the rest. Be fortunate, and you will be thought great. To gaze into the depths of the sea is, in the imagination, like beholding the vast unknown, and from its most terrible point of view. The submarine gulf is analogous to the realm of night and dreams. There also is sleep, unconsciousness, or at least apparent unconsciousness, of creation. There in the awful silence and darkness, the rude first forms of life, phantom-like, demoniacal, pursue their horrible instincts. It is the essence of truth that it is never excessive. Why should it exaggerate? There is that which should be destroyed and that which should be simply illuminated and studied. How great is the force of benevolent and searching examination! We must not resort to the flame where only light is required. There is a spectacle more grand than the sea. It is heaven. There is a spectacle more grand than heaven. It is the conscience. Not ill. No, truly, I am young, healthful, and strong. The blood flows freely in my veins. My limbs obey my will. I am robust in mind and body, constituted for a long life. Yes, all this is true. And yet, nevertheless, I have an illness, a fatal illness, an illness given by the hand of man. The true artist can only labor con amore. And if it happened to be a Christmas night when the great bell seemed to rattle in its throat as it called the faithful to the midnight mass, there was such an indescribable air of life spread over the somber facade that the great doorway looked as if it were swallowing the entire crowd, and the rose window staring at them. History has its truth, and so has legend hers. Paris is a sum total. Paris is the ceiling of the human race. All this prodigious city is an epitome of dead and living manners and customs. He who sees Paris seems to see all history through with the sky and constellations in the intervals. He is the best gentleman that is the son of his own deserts, and not the degenerated heir of another's virtue. Great blunders are often made, like large ropes, of a multitude of fibers. The word Gothic, in the sense in which it is generally employed, is wholly unsuitable, but wholly consecrated. Hence we accept it and we adopt it, like all the rest of the world, to characterize the architecture of the second half of the Middle Ages, where the ogive is the principle which succeeds the architecture of the first period, of which the semicircle is the father. You say, where goest thou? I cannot tell, and still go on. But if the way be straight I cannot go amiss. Before me lies dawn and the day, the night behind me, that suffices me. I break the bounds, I see, and nothing more. Believe and nothing less. My future is not one of my concerns. My day's work will begin again the next morning. The tomb is not a blind alley. Dry happiness is like dry bread. We eat, but we do not dine. I wish for the superfluous, for the useless, for the extravagant, for the too much, for that which is not good for anything. Who can be sure that Jean Valjean had not been on the verge of losing heart and giving up the struggle? In loving he recovered his strength. But the truth is that he was no less vulnerable than Cosette. He protected her and she sustained him. Thanks to him she could go forward into life, and thanks to her he could continue Virtus. He was the child's support and she his mainstay. Sublime, unfathomable marvel of the balance of destiny. A day will come when markets, open to trade, and minds, open to ideas, will become the sole battlefield. They adored each other, but still the permanent and the immutable subsist. We may love and laugh, pout, clasp hands, smile, and exchange endearments, but that does not affect eternity. Two lovers hide in the dusk of evening, amid flowers and the twittering of birds, and enchant each other with their hearts shining in their eyes. But the stars in their course still circle through infinite space. A man trying to escape never thinks himself sufficiently concealed. We teachers make the road, others will make the journey. We shall not attempt to give the reader an idea of that tetrahedron nose, that horseshoe mouth, that small left eye overshadowed by a red bushy brow, while the right eye disappeared entirely under an enormous wart of those straggling teeth with breaches here and there like the battlements of a fortress, of that horny lip, over which one of those teeth projected like the tusk of an elephant, of that forked chin, and, above all, of the expression diffused over the whole, that mixture of malice, astonishment, and melancholy. Let the reader, if he can, figure to himself this combination. Emotion is always new. Though one believes in nothing, there are moments in life when one accepts the religion of the temple nearest at hand. Enthusiasm is the fever of reason. And, moreover, when it happens that both are sincere and good, nothing will mix and amalgamate more easily than an old priest and an old soldier. In reality, they are the same kind of man. One has devoted himself to country upon earth, the other to his country in heaven. There is no other difference. A wedding is not housekeeping. Where no plan is laid, where the disposal of time is surrendered merely to the chance of incident, chaos will soon reign. There are souls which, crab-like, crawl continually toward darkness, going back in life rather than advancing in it, using what experience they have to increase their deformity, growing worse without ceasing, and becoming steeped more and more thoroughly in an intensifying wickedness. Whenever we encounter the infinite in man, however imperfectly understood, we treat it with respect. Whether in the synagogue, the mosque, the pagoda, or the wigwam, there is a hideous aspect which we execrate and a sublime aspect which we venerate. So great a subject for spiritual contemplation, such measureless dreaming, the echo of God on the human wall. Justice has its anger, my Lord Bishop, and the wrath of justice is an element of progress. Whatever else may be said of it, the French Revolution was the greatest step forward by mankind since the coming of Christ. It was unfinished, I agree, but still it was sublime. It released the untapped springs of society, it softened hearts, appeased, tranquilized, enlightened, and set flowing through the world the tides of civilization. It was good. The French Revolution was the anointing of humanity. All that was neither a city, nor a church, nor a river, nor color, nor light, nor shadow, it was reverie. For a long time, I remained motionless, letting myself be penetrated gently by this unspeakable ensemble, by the serenity of the sky and the melancholy of the moment. I do not know what was going on in my mind, and I could not express it. It was one of those ineffable moments when one feels something in himself which is going to sleep and something which is awakening. To love is the half of to believe. What dangers you run, O noble souls! Often, you give your heart, but we take only your body. Your heart is left to you and you look at it in the shadows and shudder. When grace combines with wrinkles, it is admirable. There is an indescribable light of dawn about intensely happy old age. The young person is handsome, but the old, superb. The tomb is not a blind alley, it is a thoroughfare. It closes on the twilight. It opens on the dawn. The rich's paradise was created by the poor's hell. In love, such a word, whispered, is a mysterious kiss of the soul to the soul. During a wise man's whole life, his destiny holds his philosophy in a state of siege. She had had sweet dreams, which possibly arose from the fact that her little bed was very white. Dying is nothing. What's terrible is not to live. I believe, sir, in all the progress. Air navigation is the result of the oceanic navigation. From water the human has to pass in the air. Everywhere where creation will be breathable to him, the human will penetrate into the creation. Our only limit is life. Don't educate your children to be rich. Educate them to be happy, so they know the value of things, not the price. Let us say it now, to be blind and to be loved, is indeed, upon this earth where nothing is complete, one of the most strangely exquisite forms of happiness. The most excellent symbol of the people is the paving stone. One walks on it until it falls on one's head. For dogs we kings should have lions, and for cats, tigers. The great benefits a crown. O Lord, open the doors of night for me so that I may leave this place and disappear. People generally will soon understand that writers should be judged, not according to rules and species, which are contrary to nature and art, but according to the immutable principles of the art of composition, and the special laws of their individual temperaments. Art moves, hence its civilizing power. The earlier works of a man of genius are always preferred to the newer ones, in order to prove that he is going down instead of up. In the domain of art there is no light without heat. It is an unpleasant thing to go to bed without supper. It is a still less pleasant thing not to sup and not to know where one is to sleep. As for the bishop, the sight of the guillotine was a great shock to him, from which he recovered only slowly. All roads are blocked to a philosophy which reduces everything to the word no. To know there is only one answer, and that is yes. Nihilism has no substance. There is no such thing as nothingness, and zero does not exist. Everything is something. Nothing is nothing. Man lives more by affirmation than by bread. We shall look on crime as a disease, and its physicians shall displace the judges, its hospitals displace the galleys. Liberty and health shall be alike. We shall pour balm and oil where we formerly applied iron and fire. Evil will be treated in charity, instead of in anger. This change will be simple and sublime. This book should be read as one would read the book of a dead man. I write with one hand, but I fight with both. It is only barbarous nations who have a sudden growth after a victory. The Spirit of God, like the sun, always gives all its light at once. The spirit of man resembles the pale moon, which has its phases, its absences and its returns, its lucidity and its spots, its fullness and its disappearance, which borrows all its light from the rays of the sun, and which still dares to intercept them on occasion. The man is placed where the earth ends, the woman, where the heaven starts. Loving is half of believing. Love is like a tree, it grows by itself, roots itself deeply in our being and continues to flourish over a heart in ruin. The inexplicable fact is that the blinder it is, the more tenacious it is. It is never stronger than when it is completely unreasonable. If you don't build castles in the air, you won't build anything on the ground. The world is the expanding Greece, and Greece is the shrinking world. No matter who you are, the thought of so much suffering and degradation must cause you to shudder at the sight of a veil or cassock, those two shrouds of human invention. Is it not when the fall is the lowest that charity ought to be the greatest? Music expresses that which cannot be put into words. Do you hear the people sing Lost in the Valley of the Night? It is the music of a people who are climbing to the light. For the wretched of the earth there is a flame that never dies. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. You can give without loving, but you can never love without giving. The great acts of love are done by those who are habitually performing small acts of kindness. We pardon to the extent that we love. Love is knowing that even when you are alone, you will never be lonely again. Great happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved. Loved for ourselves. Even loved in spite of ourselves. There is in every village a torch, the teacher, and an extinguisher, the priest. In the animal world no creature born to be a dove turns into a scavenger. This happens only among men. To die is nothing, but it is terrible not to live. When you get an idea into your head you find it in everything. I have been loving you a little more every minute since this morning. Revolution is the larva of civilization. My coat and I live comfortably together. It has assumed all my wrinkles, does not hurt me anywhere, has molded itself on my deformities, and is complacent to all my movements. And I only feel its presence because it keeps me warm. Old coats and old friends are the same thing. The realities of life do not allow themselves to be forgotten. Science says the first word on everything, and the last word on nothing. Revolutions spring not from accident, but from necessity. A revolution is a return from the factitious to the real. It takes place because it must. First it was necessary to civilize man in relation to man. Now it is necessary to civilize man in relation to nature and the animals. Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men? Freedom begins where it ends ignorance. The need of the immaterial is the most deeply rooted of all needs. One must have bread, but before bread, one must have the ideal. Ecclesiastes names the Almighty, the Maccabees name the Creator, the Epistle to the Ephesians names the Liberty, Baruch names the Immensity. The Psalms name the Wisdom and Truth, John names the Light, the Book of Kings names the Lord, Exodus names the Providence, Leviticus Sanctity, Esdras Justice. Creation names the God, man names the Father, but Solomon names the Compassion, which is the most beautiful of all thy names. The soul has greater need of the ideal than of the real. One of the magnanimities of woman is to yield. True or false, that which is said of men often occupies as important a place in their lives, and above all in their destinies, as that which they do. Love is reducing the universe to one being. A library implies an act of faith. To die for lack of love is horrible. The asphyxia of the soul. Caution is the eldest child of wisdom. One resists the invasion of armies, one does not resist the invasion of ideas. What I feel for you seems less of earth and more of a cloudless heaven. Night and the day, when united, bring forth the beautiful light. There shall be no slavery of the mind. Nothing makes a man so adventurous as an empty pocket. Conscience is God present in man. Nothing discernible to the eye of the spirit is more brilliant or obscure than man, nothing is more formidable, complex, mysterious, and infinite. There is a prospect greater than the sea, and it is the sky. There is a prospect greater than the sky, and it is the human soul. Life is a theater set in which there are but few practicable entrances. Not being heard is no reason for silence. This conflict between right and fact has endured since the origins of society. To bring the duel to an end, to consolidate the pure ideal with the human reality, to make the right peacefully interpenetrate the fact, and the fact the right. This is the work of the wise. Do not ask the name of the person who seeks a bed for the night. He who is reluctant to give his name is the one who most needs shelter. Melancholy is the happiness of being sad. One cannot resist an idea whose time has come. Such is the remorseless progression of human society, shedding lives and souls as it goes on its way. It is an ocean into which men sink who have been cast out by the law and consigned, with help most cruelly withheld, to moral death. The sea is the pitiless social darkness into which the penal system casts those it has condemned, an unfathomable waste of misery. The human soul, lost in those depths, may become a corpse. Who shall revive it? Nothing can be sadder or more profound than to see 1,000 things for the first and last time. To journey is to be born and die each minute. All the elements of life are in constant flight from us, with darkness and clarity intermingled, the vision and the eclipse. We look and hasten, reaching out our hands to clutch. Every happening is a bend in the road, and suddenly we have grown old. We have a sense of shock and gathering darkness. Ahead is a black doorway. The life that bore us is a flagging horse, and a veiled stranger is waiting in the shadows to unharness us. Stupidity talks, vanity acts. God has set His intentions in the flowers, in the dawn, in the spring. It is His will that we should love. The wind of revolutions is not tractable. Curiosity is gluttony. To see is to devour. Love partakes of the soul itself. It is of the same nature. Like it, it is a divine spark. Like it, it is incorruptible, indivisible, imperishable. It is the point of fire which is within us, which is immortal and infinite, which nothing can limit and nothing can extinguish. There is something more terrible than a hell of suffering, a hell of boredom. Great buildings, like great mountains, are the work of centuries. A stand can be made against invasion by an army, no stand can be made against invasion by an idea. Dear God! How beauty varies in nature and art. Superstition, bigotry and prejudice, ghosts though they are, cling tenaciously to life. They are shades armed with tooth and claw. They must be grappled with unceasingly, for it is a fateful part of human destiny that it is condemned to wage perpetual war against ghosts. A shade is not easily taken by the throat and destroyed. A house is built of logs and stone, of tiles and posts and piers. A home is built of loving deeds that stand 1,000 years. If you look in the eyes of the young, you see flame. If you look in the eyes of the old, you see light. Winter is on my head, but eternal spring is in my heart. The future has many names. For the weak, it means the unattainable. For the fearful, it means the unknown. For the courageous, it means opportunity. When love has fused and mingled two beings in a sacred and angelic unity, the secret of life has been discovered so far as they are concerned. They are no longer anything more than the two boundaries of the same destiny. They are no longer anything but the two wings of the same spirit. Love, soar. Woe, alas, to those who have loved only bodies, forms, appearances. Death will rob them of everything. Try to love souls, you will find them again. The power of a glance has been so much abused in love stories, that it has come to be disbelieved in. Few people dare now to say that two beings have fallen in love because they have looked at each other. Yet it is in this way that love begins, and in this way only. Tobacco is the plant that converts thoughts into dreams. To crush out fanaticism and revere the infinite, such is the law. Let us not confine ourselves to falling prostrate beneath the tree of creation and contemplating its vast ramifications full of stars. We have a duty to perform, to cultivate the human soul, to defend mystery against miracle, to adore the incomprehensible and to reject the absurd, to admit nothing that is inexplicable excepting what is necessary, to purify faith and obliterate superstition from the face of religion, to remove the vermin from the garden of God. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but he who causes the darkness. I would rather be the head of a fly than the tail of a lion. A garden to walk in, an immensity to dream in, what more could he ask? A few flowers at his feet and above him the stars. To love or have loved, that is enough. Ask nothing further. There is no other pearl to be found in the dark folds of life. O darkness, the sky is a gloomy precinct whose door you close, and whose key the soul owns, and night divides itself in half, being diabolical and holy, between Elys, the black angel, and Christ, the starry human being. The Parisian is to the French what the Athenian was to the Greeks. No one sleeps better than he, no one is more openly frivolous and idle, no one appears more heedless. But this is misleading. He is given to every kind of listlessness, but when there is glory to be won he may be inspired with every kind of fury. Give him a pike and he will enact the 10th of August, a musket and you have Austerlitz. He was the springboard of Napoleon and the mainstay of Danton. At the cry of La Patrie he enrolls, and at the call of liberty he tears up the pavements. Beware of him. Adversity makes men, and prosperity makes monsters. There is no vacuum in the human heart. Certain demolitions take place, and it is well that they do, but on condition that they are followed by reconstructions. An increase of tenderness always ended by boiling over and turning to indignation. He was at the point where we seek to adopt a course, and to accept what tears us apart. Another story must begin. You who suffer because you love, love still more. To die of love, is to live by it. Wherever the Turkish hoof trods, no grass grows. Nothing is more true, more real, than the primeval magnetic disturbances that two souls may communicate to one another, through the tiny sparks of a moment's glance. People weighed down with troubles do not look back, they know only too well that misfortune stalks them. One can no more keep the mind from returning to an idea than the sea from returning to a shore. For a sailor, this is called the tide, in the case of the guilty it is called remorse. God stirs up the soul as well as the ocean. Animals run no risk of going to hell. They are already there. There is neither a foreign war nor a civil war, there is only just and unjust war. Let us study things that are no more. It is necessary to understand them, if only to avoid them. If suffer we must, let's suffer on the heights. England has two books, the Bible and Shakespeare. England made Shakespeare, but the Bible made England. Human thought has no limit. At its risk and peril, it analyzes and dissects its own fascination. We could almost say that, by a sort of splendid reaction, it fascinates nature. The mysterious world surrounding us returns what it receives. It is likely that contemplators are contemplated. Let us sacrifice one day to gain perhaps a whole life. Perseverance, secret of all triumphs. I exist, murmurs someone whose name is everyone. I'm young and in love, I am old and I want rest. I work, I prosper, I do good business, I have houses to rent, money in state securities. I am happy. I have wife and children. I like all these things and I want to go on living, so leave me alone. There are moments when all this casts a deep chill on the large-minded pioneers of the human race. Love has no middle term, either it destroys, or it saves. All human destiny is this dilemma. This dilemma, destruction or salvation, no fate proposes more inexorably than love. Love is life, if it is not death. Cradle, coffin, too. The same sentiment says yes and no in the human heart. Of all the things God has made, the human heart is the one that sheds most light, and alas, most night. The first symptom of true love in a man is timidity, in a young woman, boldness. This is surprising, and yet nothing is more simple. It is the two sexes tending to approach each other and assuming each the other's qualities. To learn to read is to light a fire. It is not enough to be happy, one must be content. She loved with so much passion as she loved with ignorance. She did not know whether it were good or evil, beneficent or dangerous, necessary or accidental, eternal or transitory, permitted or prohibited. She loved. Melancholy is the pleasure of being sad. Habit is the nursery of errors. All the human and animal manure which the world wastes, if returned to the land, instead of being thrown into the sea, would suffice to nourish the world. The straight line, a respectable optical illusion which ruins many a man. Press on. A better fate awaits thee. Happiness wishes everybody happy. Emergencies have always been necessary to progress. It was darkness which produced the lamp. It was fog that produced the compass. It was hunger that drove us to exploration. And it took a depression to teach us the real value of a job. I'd rather be hissed at for a good verse, than applauded for a bad one. It seemed to be a necessary ritual that he should prepare himself for sleep by meditating under the solemnity of the night sky. A mysterious transaction between the infinity of the soul and the infinity of the universe. A day will come when a cannon will be exhibited in museums, just as instruments of torture are now, and the people will be astonished that such a thing could have been. What says the law? You will not kill. How does it say it? By killing. A writer is a world trapped in a person. Fashions have done more harm than revolutions. I am not in the world to care for my life, but for souls. A day will come when there will be no battlefields, but markets opening to commerce and minds opening to ideas. Sleep comes more easily than it returns. What a gloomy thing, not to know the address of one's soul. Superstitions, bigotries, hypocrisies, prejudices, these phantoms, phantoms though they be, cling to life. They have teeth and nails in their shadowy substance, and we must grapple with them individually and make war on them without truce, for it is one of humanity's inevitabilities to be condemned to eternal struggle with phantoms. There comes an hour when protest no longer suffices. After philosophy there must be action. The strong hand finishes what the idea has sketched. The thirst for the infinite proves infinity. He sought to transform the grief which looks down into the grave by showing it the grief which looks up to the stars. Where there is no more hope, song remains. Because a fact seems strange to you, you conclude that it is not one. All science, however, commences by being strange. Science is successive. It goes from one wonder to another. It mounts by a ladder. The science of today would seem extravagant to the science of a former time. Ptolemy would believe Newton mad. Inspiration and genius one and the same. Astronomy, that micrography of heaven, is the most magnificent of the sciences. Astronomy has its clear side and its luminous side. On its clear side it is tinctured with algebra, on its luminous side with poetry. If people did not love one another, I really don't see what use there would be in having any spring. Before him he saw two roads, both equally straight, but he did see two, and that terrified him, he who had never in his life known anything but one straight line. And, bitter anguish, these two roads were contradictory. Nothing is more imminent than the impossible. What we must always foresee is the unforeseen. There is always more misery among the lower classes than there is humanity in the higher. Prayer is an august avowal of ignorance. He was fond of books, for they are cool and sure friends. Large, heavy, ragged black clouds hung like crepe hammocks beneath the starry cope of the night. You would have said that they were the cobwebs of the firmament. The pupil dilates in darkness and in the end finds light, just as the soul dilates in misfortune and in the end finds God. He did not study God, he was dazzled by him. Teach the ignorant as much as you can. Society is culpable in not providing a free education for all, and it must answer for the night which it produces. If the soul is left in darkness, sins will be committed. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but he who causes the darkness. He who despairs is wrong. If you wish to understand what revolution is, call it progress, and if you wish to understand what progress is, call it tomorrow. Those who do not weep, do not see. The ox suffers, the cart complains. Love is the foolishness of men, and the wisdom of God. A criminal remains a criminal whether he uses a convict's suit or a monarch's crown. Promise to give me a kiss on my brow when I am dead. I shall feel it. She dropped her head again on Marius' knees, and her eyelids closed. He thought the poor soul had departed. Eponine remained motionless. All at once, at the very moment when Marius fancied her asleep forever, she slowly opened her eyes in which appeared the somber profundity of death, and said to him in a tone whose sweetness seemed already to proceed from another world, "And by the way, Monsieur Marius, I believe that I was a little bit in love with you." Taste is the common sense of genius. God will reward you, he said. You must be an angel since you care for flowers. What happened between those two beings? Nothing. They were adoring one another. For there are many great deeds done in the small struggles of life. Nobody knows like a woman how to say things that are both sweet and profound. Sweetness and depth, this is all of woman, this is heaven. It was Esichi. Whoever has loved knows all the radiant meaning contained in the 3 letters of this word, she. A shadow is hard to seize by the throat and dash to the ground. The soul helps the body, and at certain moments raises it. It is the only bird that sustains its cage. Where the telescope ends the microscope begins, and who can say which has the wider vision? Love is the only future God offers. You ask me what forces me to speak. A strange thing, my conscience. Not seeing people permits us to imagine them with every perfection. What is said about men often has as much influence upon their lives, and especially upon their destinies, as what they do. To put everything in balance is good, to put everything in harmony is better. There is a determined though unseen bravery that defends itself foot by foot in the darkness against the fatal invasions of necessity and dishonesty. Noble and mysterious triumphs that no eye sees, and no fame rewards, and no flourish of triumph salutes. Life, misfortunes, isolation, abandonment, poverty, are battlefields that have their heroes, obscure heroes, sometimes greater than the illustrious heroes. Toleration is the best religion. Primitive times are lyrical, ancient times epical, modern times dramatic. The ode sings of eternity, the epic imparts solemnity to history, the drama depicts life. The characteristic of the first poetry is ingenuousness, of the second, simplicity, of the third, truth. The greatest blunders, like the thickest ropes, are often compounded of a multitude of strands. Take the rope apart, separate it into the small threads that compose it, and you can break them one by one. You think, that is all there was. But twist them all together and you have something tremendous. Years place at last a venerable crown upon a head. From a political point of view, there is but one principle, the sovereignty of man over himself. This sovereignty of myself over myself is called liberty. What is called honors and dignities, and even honor and dignity, is generally fool's gold. Being good is easy, what is difficult is being just. Sacrificing the earth for paradise is giving up the substance for the shadow. A language does not become fixed. The human intellect is always on the march, or, if you prefer, in movement, and languages with it. The supreme happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved. You look at a star for two reasons, because it is luminous, and because it is impenetrable. You have beside you a sweeter radiance and a greater mystery, woman. A smile is the same as sunshine, it banishes winter from the human countenance. The great acts of love are done by those who are habitually performing small acts of kindness. He never went out without a book under his arm, and he often came back with two. To love beauty is to see light. Virtue has a veil, vice a mask. A man without a woman is like a pistol without a trigger. It is the woman who makes the man go off. The delight we inspire in others has this enchanting peculiarity that, far from being diminished like every other reflection, it returns to us more radiant than ever. If a man has his throat cut in Paris, it's a murder. If 50,000 people are murdered in the East, it is a question. Mother's arms are made of tenderness, and sweet sleep blesses the child who lies therein. Reason is intelligence taking exercise. Imagination is intelligence with an erection. Those who live are those who fight. A bird sings, a child prattles, but it is the same hymn indistinct, inarticulate, but full of profound meaning. To know, to think, to dream, that is everything. He does not weep who does not see. The quantity of civilization is measured by the quality of imagination. God made only water, but man made wine. Babylon violated diminishes Alexander, Rome enslaved diminishes Caesar, massacred Jerusalem diminishes Titus. Tyranny follows the tyrant. Woe to the man who leaves behind a shadow that bears his form. As with stomachs, we should pity minds that do not eat. Knowledge is a weight added to conscience. Whatever causes night in our souls may leave stars. As for the author, he is profoundly unaware of what the classical or romantic genre might consist of. In literature, as in all things, there is only the good and the bad, the beautiful and the ugly, the true and the false. To introduce a new play only 6 weeks after another has been banned is also a way to speak one's piece to the government. It proves that art and liberty can grow back in one night under the clumsy foot which crushes them. What makes night within us may leave stars. In joined hands there is still some token of hope, in the clenched fist none. The future has several names. For the weak, it is impossible, for the faint-hearted, it is unknown, but for the valiant, it is ideal. Separated lovers cheat absence by 1,000 fancies which have their own reality. They are prevented from seeing one another and they cannot write, nevertheless they find countless mysterious ways of corresponding, by sending each other the song of birds, the scent of flowers, the laughter of children, the light of the sun, the sighing of the wind, and the gleam of the stars, all the beauties of creation. It is not easy to keep silent when silence is a lie. Morality is truth in full bloom. No army can withstand the strength of an idea whose time has come. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. I advance in life, I grow more simple, and I become more and more patriotic for humanity. Go out in the world and work like money doesn't matter, sing as if no one is listening, love as if you have never been hurt, and dance as if no one is watching. Man's greatest actions are performed in minor struggles. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment and poverty are battlefields which have their heroes, obscure heroes who are at times greater than illustrious heroes. A translation in verse seems to me something absurd, impossible.